Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, my favorite gamer words to tonight's Wednesday stream. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're having a good day today. A good day today. If not, well, I don't think we have too many black pills today. I think overall it's probably going to be a relatively good stream. I guess it depends on, it depends if we get past the State of the Union or not. State of the Union has some funny moments, here. And yes, I know. It was yesterday. However, I don't stream on Tuesdays, and it's also like 2 hours long, and so therefore we're not gonna watch the whole thing today. We're just gonna go over the clips and the highlights and updates and from today, different things like that. Different things like that. Today. And then obviously there's other topics too if we can get through all the clips and articles and shit. Late goodbye. Listen, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. We had a little bit of technical difficulties on the Discord side of things. Technical difficulties on my side of things, as per usual. Listen. What happens when you're Blasian, okay? You can't help it. You can't help it, man. But yeah, that's on today's docket so far. Though I do have other news as well, good and bad at the same time, depending on how you look at things. I guess it depends on, like I said, what your situation is. Tyler Oliveria was kicked from Patreon. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that he was. Because he released another video about the tiny hat people, and which I do kind of want to watch. And apparently he was banned from Patreon, which I'm not that surprised. Because of the fact that like, hey, Patreon's known for kicking people who they are politically unaligned. I saw some people actually being shocked that Patreon deplatformed him, and I'm like, no, they did this in like 2018. I guess this is what I get for being a Sargon simp, because to me this is like completely expected. Like, I would never use Patreon because like they deplatformed a ton of people back in like the Trump's first presidency, during the heyday of the culture wars and stuff like that. So this is nothing new. I'm just actually kind of surprised he's lasted as long as he has, all things considered. It's still horrible, absolutely horrible, and I don't think they should deplatform, but at the same time it's not surprising because it's Patreon. And so therefore they're yeah. um you're Blasian. Oh my god. Oh, I'm seeing some new names here. Hello everybody, welcome in. I'm going to assume you're coming from the Elon tweet. Here, so welcome in. And for the record, I'm not actually Blasian. uh, or am I? You never know. I could also be a man with a voice changer. Also, you know, because I do have a 12-inch cock that's 3 inches wide while flaccid. So yeah, I don't know. I could be anything. After all, I'm a VTuber. I'm an amalgamation. You'll never actually know the truth. No. Don't scare out the hoes, Amal. Sorry, I gotta filter. I gotta filter the new people here. I like to make my Twitter timeline all like nice and prim and popular, proper, trying to sound super sophisticated and like, yeah, I'm a smart woman. And then stream is where the retardation, the full retardation, like spills out here, and you get to see in real time that I really am just another dumb woman on the internet. There's nothing special about it, okay? So I gotta filter them. Quick, scare them off. Yes, exactly. She rapes the mods with it. Why, of course. What else are mods there for? They're Indian anyways. Uh, thank you, So Gaich, for the $10 dues. Thank you. Hey, Abal, will you marry me? Breathe if yes. Recite my struggle by Ossian Painter in Hebrew if no. Fuck. Well, too bad I don't know Hebrew. Despite my Jewish ancestry, I don't actually know Hebrew. Oh my god, this is what happens when I'm a German Catholic. I come to the United States and I spread my seed and to hide my true ethnicity of the long noses. I've actually watched you stream and watched you stream and stream with Arch this first time coming. Oh, okay, no worries, no worries, my dude. Sorry for calling you out. There's just also a couple other people too. So it's just like, oh, new people. That's scary. That's very scary. Hey, congrats on the Elon apply. Thank you. It came with a cost. All good things come with a heavy price to pay. So for those who don't know, after Monday's stream, Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, the owner of Zitter himself, okay, SpaceX, Tesla, and Starlink, all that fun stuff, actually responded to my tweet. I'm a literal who? I'm a nobody, okay? I have a very small Twitter account in the grand scheme of things. I'm not anybody important, and I don't want to be anybody important. But I tweeted out about how I do believe this, that if something tragic happens to Rupert Lowe or Restore Britain doesn't win in 2029, then the Brits will have to take the bloody path. It quite literally is their last chance. This was a quote tweet over Rupert Lowe responding to somebody else saying that I'm now giving the country a democratic route out. Because what he's saying right there in his tweet, that I'm now giving the country a democratic route out, is the fact that he recognizes that they're at the boiling point. That if things don't change ASAP, things are going to get quite bloody. Because people are tired and done. There's going to be vigilantism, there's going to be skirmishes, and it might actually lead to a full-on civil war. Because every single government for the past 20 plus years now has been importing more and more people, all of them brown foreigners, that participate in rape gangs, as well as other crimes, and actively make Britain worse. And Rupert Lowe is the only one that seems actually authentic enough to solve the problem. It's not Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage is a fucking fraud, and he has been far longer than a lot of people even realized, actually, including me, that Rupert Lowe is actually genuine. At least I believe so. Anybody who doesn't think he's genuine, I don't think's been paying attention. Or at least, or we're all getting the wool, thrown over our eyes here. Because he's been pretty staunch on a lot of these things for a very long time now. I mean, for fuck's sake, see, he donates all his money that he makes from being an MP to charity. And actually seems to genuinely care about the people of Britain. So, but it requires actually paying attention to British politics, which a lot of Americans don't, which is fair enough because it is a foreign country. And as an American myself, I do firmly and foremost care about America. But I care about Britain second because these are our ancestors, these are our cousins, our brothers, and we originated from them. And I also am Anglophile, so I'm heavily biased here. And so I've cared about British politics since I basically got into politics myself. 10 plus some years ago at this point. But Elon Musk actually responding to my post being like, he is their last chance, was just like, ayo, what the fuck? Where did this come from? Like, literally, like, my tweet wasn't viral originally. Like, it was just, it did decent numbers, especially for my size, but like nothing too crazy, right? Then all of a sudden, at like 12:30 in the morning, I look at my replies and I see like Elon Musk, and I'm just like, wait, hey, hold on, wait, hold on, wait, the real thing, the real deal, here. And yeah, it is actually, in fact, the real Elon Musk. Which was quite surprising. And then my notifications were flooded for a very, very long time. Which was a good thing, all things considered. I got a nice temporary boost to my account. All things considered. I've had other tweets help take off and different things. I certainly can't complain. I am now a couple degrees of separation against Rupert Lowe himself. Because somebody quote tweeted Elon saying that Elon Musk believes that Rupert Lowe and Restore Britain are our last chance to rescue our nation, which then Rupert Lowe responded with, Elon's a good man and a patriot. I'm honored to have his support. And I'm like, hey, hold on. No, Elon Musk has long forgotten about me. Long forgotten about me. He probably, within 5 minutes, Rupert was obviously not paying attention to who responded, who he was responding to, and any of this stuff. But it was still like, hold on, what? It's hard for me to actually believe here. um, Elon must be sipping hard for you. He's turning to your next baby mama he abandoned. Yeah, that's no. Like I said, Elon probably forgot about me 5 minutes after that he responded. He probably wasn't even paying attention to my account or anything like that. Like, he does this, right? Like, if you follow Elon on Twitter, you can see that he just replies to different people and all that random stuff. But the fact that it was me randomly at 12:30 in the morning, and my tweet wasn't even like super viral in the grand scheme of things at all. It's just like, hold on. I know I keep on saying hold on, but like I even though it's 2 days later, I'm still quite surprised, all things considered. Oh god, it's pretty fucking crazy. And no, even if Elon did slide in my DMs, I would say no. Okay, I've watched the whole Ashley St. Clair debacle go down. God, I fucking covered it when he gets sold out. I think like last year, about him and everything like that, because it was just so ridiculous. And then I found out that he's got like a bunch of other baby mamas and he does IVF and a whole bunch of other crazy crap like that. I'm like, no, that's disgusting. He's basically black at that point. Like, just pumping, not even pumping and dumping. It's all through IVF for some fucking reason. It's just, which I get it. I guess he probably wants to make the best possible, child, through eugenics or through that in some way, shape, or form. I guess. But I don't support IVF, and I certainly don't support well, blacks. Or even whites trying to be black by being an absent father. No amount of money in the world could convince me to have a child like that with a man like him. I'm not gonna be baby mama number 865 or whatever the case is. And it's definitely not happening. Definitely not happening over a simple reply like this. A simple reply. He is African. That is true. He is actually South African. I call Spoon, at the N-word all the time. Maybe I need to do that to Elon. Say what you will, but the man's trying to fight depopulation by himself. I mean, I guess. I mean, he's at least having kids. I'll give him that. And they're usually, like, white kids as well. So it's not... It's, I guess, better than nothing. And even though I personally... Yeah, a grifter is so overused, and just, I don't know, is this a tiresome word? I don't really want to call Elon a grifter because I feel like that is such, like I said, overused word that's used in the wrong context all the time. But I kind of do think he's a little bit of a grifter. Like, on one hand, it's nice seeing the richest man in the world who owns the biggest social media website, who has complete control over the political discourse that even the same Trump administration actually listens to, is talking about the Great Replacement. That's not a theory. It's not a game theory. It's actually quite realistic. And talking about how whites are discriminated and people need to marry and reproduce and stuff like that. Talking about British politics. Those are all actually really good things that he's promoting. But it all seems kind of performative, and when things like this is performative, that makes me want to put a nice, I don't know, and exit the doubt, the genuineness of it. Overall is a net benefit, so hence why, honestly, that's the biggest reason why I'm so hesitant to actually call him a grifter, because at the end of the day, he's pushing the right message, but at the same time, I don't know, I don't trust him with a 10-foot pole. So, either. Thank you so much for the $2 videos. Thank you. Not letting Elon touch my dragon wife. Sure. And thank you for $2 videos as well. Let's go. She will marry me. No. I'm sorry. I know if she breathes, she's a thought, but still. Um, and thank you, Gust of Dorks, for the $20 reduce. Thank you. New people, so great to see your channel grow. I remember when I first heard you through Arch and came to see spicy takes. I've not been disappointed by your takes or god damn it, we have new people here, Gust of Dorks! Or love of My Little Pony. Put this to Fallout Crest. So yeah, God fucking God, I don't like MLP, okay? No, I'm not. No matter how much Arch tries to groom me, MLP is not happening here. Fuck you. I don't think he's a grifter politically, but I do think he's a grifter in general. His political takes only hurt his wallet. I mean, yes and no when hurting his wallet. I mean, he's the richest man in the world and he's innovating. And he's got lots of government contracts just in general. Like, he's really smart and he keeps on building brand new things. Plus, not to mention, he's already pretty well established as is. He's not like a regular Joe where his political takes actually do hurt him when it comes to getting a job or anything like that. I think he's just kind of, I mean, I don't say bored, but he tweets a lot. And he's just trying to find other things to do to a certain degree. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell what he is because like I've seen some different speeches and how he acts, and he's clearly autistic. Like he is. We can debate on whether or not like high functioning autism is real or not. But he's definitely a case where okay, yeah, it might actually be real. With him being the golden child of it. But yeah, I think there is some genuineness when it comes to his political takes because his son did become a tranny after all. And I know a lot of his awakening was after that, after COVID, after halfway through Biden era. Like I do think that him buying Twitter and making it the most free platform was obviously a massive good thing. Like despite all his flaws, him buying Twitter and turning it into X was a miracle. Like God himself came down from the heavens to change the political discourse because Twitter has always been where a lot of the political arguments were at, and it was a huge fucking hug box for the Democrats and just communists in general to talk about all their ideas. And they banned and censored left and right. So many people were into platform throughout the years. It was crazy. And the fact that he was able to buy Twitter and turn it into X and then make it as free speech as possible, keyword as possible, it is important to remember that both Apple and Google Play stores have a TOS after Parler broke containment in 2020, 2021 and had to be shut down. They have a TOS now that stops like slurs and other hateful content and different things like that. And to be on the app stores, you have to abide by that TOS, or else you get threatened to be kicked off the platform. And they've already kind of tried multiple times in his case. So it's gonna be as free speech as we can get for what it is. And him buying Twitter has allowed the political discourse to change significantly and has allowed the online right to grow and to be as powerful as it is. Now we have the Trump administration actually listening to the posters on Twitter to at least a certain degree. And then Rupert Lowe's popularity was able to skyrocket because of Twitter as well. He's got pretty much all his support originated online but has spread IRL, because it is important to remember that while internet doesn't completely reflect reality, it is a pipeline. It is a slow transition. And what people post online, what people see, because everyone's terminally online these days, does eventually reflect into reality over time. And if you talk, there's been already a bunch of videos of people interviewing random strangers on the street, talking about, have you heard of Rupert Lowe and what do you think of him? And all the white men are very positive about Rupert Lowe in general. So clearly, there is some sort of strong ripple effect when it comes to what's posted online, specifically on Twitter. And that would not have been possible without Elon buying it. So, once again, no matter what he does, no matter what he says, no matter if I'm kind of hesitant on whether or not he's a grifter or not, or anything like that, I will always be grateful and thankful that he did this, because without it, I don't think we would have the same state of political reach and power and just the culture in general that the online right does today, both in the US and in Britain. Especially in case of Britain. So, there. The unfortunate thing, however, about him responding to me. Oh, how Icarus loves to fly too close to the sun. Is that my account's locked? Oh, listen. I like to be edgy from time to time, okay? I like to say funny words and sentences from time to time. And yeah, so my account's locked, so I can't post, I can't like, I can't bookmark, I can't do fucking shit. Rape posted too close to the sun. Yeah. Yeah, I see. The thing is, okay, the problem with Elon replying to me, like, on one hand, I'm very shocked and I'm very happy that he did actually reply to me. A nice boost to my account is very nice, right? Right. I'm not gonna complain. This is not my only tweet that was doing very well after he replied to me, in any way, shape, or form. The problem is, holy fuck, the amount of leftists that came pouring in, calling me a pedo, a Nazi, and everything else in between, was absolutely insane. Like, every once in a while when I have, like, a viral tweet, they you know, they'll come in and be like, okay, and call me all that fun stuff. This one in particular really pissed them off, actually. I don't think I've been called a, like, the amount of times I got called a pedo for this one. Whoo! And, there was one, oh, yep, there it is. There was one where I may or may not have said a slur, and that one got a visibility limited post on it, which I was like, okay, no big deal. Like, it is what it is. I'm not gonna delete it because the visibility is limited, even if it might actually overall hurt my account because it's funny. And like, a lot of these posts that are being flagged are like all days ago. So clearly some sort of leftist is going through my account trying to find different things to report me for. But this one, calling someone the F slur is fine. But saying that women want to be raped is not fine. And this is what gets my account locked. I sent this reply like a week ago. A week ago I sent this reply. So, yeah, this is the Aya Sauron is on my ass now. Thanks to Elon replying to me, which... it's like the monkey's paw. It really is just a monkey's paw. I'm just like, oh, nice, visibility, exposure, richest man in the world, so fucking cool. Oh, somebody's flagging my account. Okay, I like being a nobody. I like being a nobody. But here I am. So, recently the left has some good point about the pedo shit. What do you mean? If you're talking about Epstein, that's a whole different fucking bag of worms, or can of worms to open there. Other than that, I mean, they're just basically replacing pedo with Nazi and racist. They're like, you support Trump? You're a pedo. Because of Epstein. Okay, well, Trump wasn't involved with any of that fucking shit. He's the one who actually reported Epstein originally back in the early 2000s. Like, shouldn't we call Democrats pedos because of, like, Bill Clinton and Bill Gates and everybody else that's involved with that too? Like, you can play this game if I really wanted to. I'm not going to, because I don't believe that making pedo and into an overall used insult is actually a good thing. Pedophilia is a serious fucking crime. Like, when you are sexually assaulting children, you should get the wood chipper. You skip the trial, go straight into the wood chipper. I don't fucking care. Like you should not be sexually abusing and harming children like that. And but that's also a serious allegation because that is one of the worst crimes you could ever commit in the entirety of humanity. Like, murder, bad. Rape, bad. Once you get children involved, though, whole different story. Whole different story. Don't fucking touch the kids. And turning pedo into this overused, watered down insult like Nazi, and racist and transphobic and homophobic. Just another coin, to be, thrown around and flipped over and be like, okay, what are we calling this right-wing winger today? Okay, Nazi. They don't really care about being called Nazi anymore. Okay, flip the coin again. How about racist? Okay, yeah, they don't care about being called racist anymore. You know what we're gonna call them instead? Pedo. Okay, what? Like, so when somebody gets called a pedo now these days, guess what? I don't fucking care. Because guess what? I'm not gonna take your allegations seriously. Because everyone's now called a pedo these days. That's not how it should be. That's just like, okay, I don't care for the Nazis. That was 80 years ago. Okay, they're all fucking dead at this point. Nobody cares. Okay, if we don't have to care about the USS Liberty, wait, I'm not gonna care about fucking Hitler and the Holocaust. So I don't care about Nazi. I don't care about racist. I am racist. Suck my fucking dick. Sorry that I have pattern recognition and believe in statistics. Like, same with homophobia and transphobia, but pedophilia is an actual serious, horrible fucking crime. And now you're watering down that word to be like, because you just dislike somebody. Ugh, I hate the left so fucking much. I hate them so much. And it's just like, so, yep, now apparently I'm a pedo. Okay. Well, woohoo. I'm so excited now, Chad. Do I have to add that to my list of badges to be proud of, I guess? I don't know. Not actually, obviously, but that's the fucking point. Because they're watering down the word so much. Duh. Fuck, now I gotta blow. Give me a second. If I recall, isn't MAP the term they're trying to get away with being predators? They tried years ago. It wasn't very successful because a lot of people got caught on. For those who don't know, MAP stands for minor attractive person, and that didn't work out for them. That did not work out for them because a lot, like I said, the right easily caught on to that, and there's a lot of different people who called them out for it. So then they went underground again. I saw recently that there's a new emojis that are people putting in their bio with like the blood drop, and then so I don't know what this is. It's some sort of sign. It's like it's red with like 3 little spikes on the top, and then has a white bar on it, and then another blood drop. And apparently that's supposed to be the new single that they're a minor attractive person in that case. And it's just like, ugh. Honestly, I think the left is trying to water down pedo for 2 reasons. One, well, okay, the first one's not actually technically watering it down. The first one's because they're trying to use the right's morals against them. Kind of like racist once again, way back in the day. Oh, it's bad to be racist, and so therefore I'm going to call you racist and hurt you and be like, no, I'm not a racist. And so therefore completely destroys the argument because you have the person on the back pedal trying to defend the fact that they're not a racist. And so that's why they're throwing around pedo these days, because racist doesn't work anymore. The second point is, a lot of them, not all, because that is one thing I will give credit to the left, is that there's not a lot of them just yet that are not actually okay. Sorry, let me rephrase that. But there's a decent chunk, but not all, that are, let's say, maps well, let's say maps. I'm kind of worried about me saying, you know, pedo 50 times over in the very beginning of the stream. um, who actually believe it, and support it and want to push it. There's obviously the drag queen story hour, you know, making kids trans. The fact that I don't think it's natural. You're naturally gay. I think there's might be a variety of different factors like hormones and buttworm and also and sexual abuse in those cases. And there's always fucking stories of these gays that adopt children, and then like within 6 months, the absolute horrible things have been happening to them, both with lesbians and the actual real gays, the men, in that case. And it's just like, yeah, so clearly the LGBTQ plus alphabet soup does have some sort of affinity towards these kind of people. What I would say overall, vast majority of the left, let's say like 70-75%, are still relatively not okay with it. They just kind of tolerate the map individuals just because of the LGBT variant of it, and that's just why they're so defendant over LGBT as well, and hate the fact that you get called, you know, a child groomer if you support LGBT and stuff like that. So, and watering down pedo helps protect those kind of people, because once again, well, seeing that my whole entire notifications for the past 2 days have been filled with people calling me all sorts of things, including that, yeah, I don't really care anymore. Only problem with maps is that some lefty 1984 newspeak shit. I mean, yes, it is. I wish we could just call a horse a horse. But I know YouTube doesn't exactly like when you talk about these issues either, so here I am. Thank you, Crowder Crowler, for the $1 redo. Thank you. The left waters down words like pedophile because they're a pedophile and want it to be less severe of an accusation. Well, there's also that. I thank you, Sexion, for the 500 warp tokens over on Kick. Thank you. Oh, La Creatura. Yes, I am La Creatura. The amalgamation. Ah, fear me. Like Twitter fears me when I say women want to be rapes. It's true. They really do. Not actually in real life, okay? It's not actually in real life that they do. It's just a common fantasy that 80% of women have. That's all. Okay, it's totally fine and normal. Ugh. Oh my god. And this is what got my account locked too. I'm only a little bit salty. The F slur totally would have been fine. But one of the 3 times I've said the N word, totally understandable. No. Women just want to be rapes. It's true. But alas. Anyways. Enough about my clout chasing here. Let's actually get to the State of the Union today, because there's a lot. We have a lot of clips and a lot of tabs and a lot of other things like that to watch today. What officer Amal said it was okay, and that's what women want. I mean, they do, in the bed, not in real life, or if you're brown, okay. Or the ones that actually do all the raping, which are disgusting. The nice thing is that Indians only have a weaker grip strength than Swedish women, and so at least if they're the ones doing the raping, in Minecraft obviously, you can easily throw them off. Alright, trying to do a smooth transition and the smooth not actually work out. Here. Amal is too old for them. I'm okay, but I'm not 35 yet. I'm not 35 yet, okay? I haven't lost my sexual market value just yet. This is fascinating, but okay, I know I said we're gonna get the State of the Union, but I found this absolutely fascinating. Somebody made a huge website about like sexual data between men and women and their preferences and just different factoids about how different men and women work and their attractiveness to each other, that kind of deal. Um, and this is not from this website, but this is a graph that I just found here. And so their sexual market value. Women peak around like 23 versus men peak around like 36. Once again, chat. Once again, I keep on telling you, boys, you're perfectly fucking fine. You know, just because you can't get a girlfriend at 20 something years old, you're fine. Men age like wine. Women like fucking milk. As we can very clearly see in this graph. With the peak span being between 15 to 16 years, technically here, for what is their sexual market value, which is basically their attractiveness, and fertility, and different factors like that, that go into it here. And there's a huge fucking decline, like, roughly around 30, which makes sense, because women lose about half their eggs around when they're about 30. By the time 35 fucking hits to 40, they're basically reduced to nothing, okay? And for the record, chat, I'm not that old. I am not that old, okay? The funny thing is, this graph is actually from the website here. And this is like, how does getting catcalled feel based off the age? Catcalling reaction, awful to awesome. So awful's down below, awesome's above here. And during their peak sexual market value between 20 and like 23 years old, which this graph shows, this is when women feel the worst at being catcalled because they're just the piece of meat. They're just objectified. You know, they feel disgusted by the creepy fucking men that find them attractive at their peak fertility. Ew! And then around 35, 36, actually at 37 is the age where it finally flips and is like, yeah, you know what, I like being called catcalled. With it going higher as they get older, with the highest one being at 49, when they are basically at menopause, being where they like being happy being catcalled. And just the overlap in graphs from their sexual market value being nothing to being catcalled, this is hilarious to me. Absolutely fucking hilarious to me. I just can't get over this. I hate women so much. I hate women so fucking much. Like, yes, I am at my peak attractiveness. I'm gonna go to college and sleep with at least 20 different men and party and not actually settle down and have kids when I'm at my peak fertility and attractiveness. But how dare me, as I'm selling my ass pics online, get catcalled by men when I'm actually attractive. Oh, how I wish I was still in my 20s again. Oh, I'm just a wrinkled old hag. Oh, I miss finding men finding me attractive. Why are all these men around my age going after significantly younger girls? Why don't they love me? Why don't they want to be with me? I just want to feel hot again. Oh. That's exactly what this fucking graph shows. Exactly. And I love it so much. I love it so much. It reminds me of when I worked at the gas station in high school. I was sort of, work friends with a girl who was like a year or two younger than me. And she was overweight, but she was still relatively pretty. And she lived nearby, and so and her family was poor, so she would walk to work. And the gas station was actually in a decent part of town, all things considered. But it's still a gas station, and it's still in a relatively busy area, that kind of deal. And she would complain to me about have cars honking and people whistling and catcalling her on the way to work when she would walk. And I was just like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Like, that means you're attractive. Like, obviously, don't go and hop into one of these cars of one of these men honking at you. Plus, not to mention, Are you sure they're honking at you? Are you sure that they're like, or they're honking at different cars in front of them because this is a busy street? Anyways, but still, like, you're attractive. Like, that's a good thing. That means guys desire you. And eventually, when you get older, you're not gonna be attractive anymore. So enjoy it while you can. Obviously, don't get a huge ego with it. But you crying about this and making a big deal makes men not actually want to hit on you and not find and not go after you. You're not gonna be able to get a boyfriend because are you gonna ask a man out? No. Okay, do you want the man to ask you out? Yeah. Okay, what does he have to do to ask you out? He's gotta hit on me. Yeah, exactly! Exactly, you dumb fucking bitch. And so I helped change her perspective on that. Now hopefully I didn't inflate her ego too much, because like I said, she was overweight and she definitely needed to lose a few. And obviously I'm not trying to promote sluts or anything like that. Well, I just fucking hate this female entitlement about, like, I can't believe men find me attractive. Wham! And then they put me old, ragged, and just a bunch of wrinkles, and it's like, why don't men find me attractive anymore? Wah! Shut the fuck up, bitches. Ugh. Ugh. I hate women. I hate women so fucking much. I hate them so fucking much. Ugh. I've never hit on a Floyd before. Do I use a hammer? Yes, straight to the head. The more retarded she gets, the cuter. Some girls just like to complain about the situation. There's also that. At least in her case, she did seem to actually absorb my point and actually turn out to agree with me, and I seem to like reshape how she saw the world in that case, which I see that as a win to a certain degree. Once again, hopefully she didn't turn into a massive slut. Probably did, because that's a woman these days, and she came from a rough family life and different things like that. But we don't talk about that aspect of thing. But at least one slightly better, slightly less insufferable feminist. Still a feminist, but slightly less insufferable feminist. Yeah. Women don't understand men find the majority of women attractive, at least in many cases. Oh yeah, there's like a study done of like how that apparently men find like 80% of women attractive versus women only find like 10 to 20% of men attractive. Which actually is not that surprising, because women are the attractive sex. They're supposed to be literally the fertile sex. Their whole entire thing is that they're supposed to be pretty and hot and, you know, try to get the top tier man by using her looks, because they do age like milk. She's got a very limited amount of time for her fertility. She's got to pump out those babies as much as possible. And then hopefully she gets stuck with hopefully that man she has kids with is successful enough that can take care of her for the rest of her life for the work that she put in. And then she can pass down her knowledge down to her kids, and they continue having kids themselves, and generations go on. Versus men, on the other hand, are supposed to be the resourceful ones, are supposed to provide those same resources that women use to raise those kids and have those kids. Which is why, in the second graph, that the peak sexual value for men is in their 30s, because that's usually roughly how long it takes for a man to actually build his wealth and become decent at whatever he's doing in life. Like, this is just how it fucking works. Age gaps are normal. As long as it's legal. As long as it's above 18. That's all that fucking matters at the end of the day. Like, okay, a 20-year age gap is a bit strange, not gonna lie. But at least, as long as it's legal. So... Thank you, Crowder Crowler, for the $1 reduce. Thank you. Now, time for the real insult. Amal, I wouldn't even grape you. No! That's a good thing. That's a good thing. And thank you, Och Chigdor, for the $2 dues. Thank you. I always find it funny that men will sleep with anything and then think it's a flex for how many men they've slept with. It's not a flex. It's like, congratulations. Most men find you attractive because you're attractive to most men. Just because you can have sex doesn't mean you can actually settle down and have kids with them. It's a different story. Different story there. Um, thank you. I need to catch up with. Okay, YouTube supers. There we go. Um, thank you, Huntington Montgomery. Co for the $5 videos. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our CEO tried to visit your Twitter. Turns out you haven't banned LMFAO. Rock on them all. Oh, I'm sorry. I know months ago now, I went through like a whole spree of just like banning, not banning. Oh, I actually did ban people. Yeah. Because there's this whole thing about different accounts that are purposely following you just to stalk you and A-log you and things like that. And I saw like a Twitter thread about how to recognize them, and I did that. It was a huge fucking waste of time, but I did that anyways. So if somebody got caught, if your CEO got caught in the crossfire, my apologies. You can you can DM me or the mods, and I can see if I can reverse it if I feel like it. Ah. Thank you, Generation Odysseus, for the $1.99. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Stop graping, Sir. Graping, Sir Dunk the Tall. I don't understand that reference other than the grape. Because grape is good. Grape juice is delicious. And thank you, Batlitzer, not Sam Hyde, for the $5 videos. Excuse me. While true, people tend to not appreciate what they have when they have it until they cannot get it, and hindsight is 2020. Yes, I agree with that. And that's something that I try to be aware of myself and try to make other people aware of. Obviously, I'm not perfect, and I make mistakes, and and a lot of people miss this because it's a very common thing that people do all the time. But one of the major losses that not having kids has done to humanity, at least in the Western world, is that older women are not passing down their knowledge to future generations. So the grandmothers, like the baby boomers that did actually have kids, and the Gen Xers, their kids aren't having kids. And so they're sitting there with useless knowledge and not able to actually pass that down for how to actually raise your kids, how to handle your baby when it does this thing, how to build this. Like sewing, for example, is basically a lost art. Now, that obviously some people can still do it. The vast majority of women, including me, don't know how to do it. Don't know how to. And a lot of that stuff is like very basic stuff, like fixing buttons and zippers. I don't fucking know how to do that shit. I'm a lost cause. I'm gonna say lost cause. I could probably learn it if I really want to. In that case, but that used to be a tradition passed down. And you hear stories, nursery rhymes, tales, different things like that to help pass on. That's what older women were supposed to be there for. Once you have your kids, once you raise them, you, the grandma, were supposed to pass on the knowledge that you gained from raising your own kids and how you handle them, because it's all basically the genetics too. Like obviously, there's a lot of nature that goes into it. A lot of nurture that goes into it, but it's also nature because of genetics. Like who you have kids with will affect your kid, right? Your personality and your spouse's personality will be reflected in some way, shape, or form within your kid. And then it goes to your grandkid as well, because that is your biological descendant. And so you can help out your children by helping them raise their kids with these different factoids and different things and even just basically babysitting. And that's gone now because people aren't having kids at all whatsoever. And a lot of these old things that you would hear from these older women is to appreciate your youth, to the different ways to take care of yourself, to remain pretty for your husband. And because remember, like, sex is a huge deal for men, and there's so many women that create dead bedrooms because they're apathetic, they're on SSRIs, birth control, it just working in a job when they shouldn't be, etc, etc, and they just don't actually care anymore about their husbands because of all this stuff. Versus back in the day, like during baby showers, women would get like lingerie from other women, so that way they can still freshen up the bedroom and make things better for their husbands overall. That doesn't do that. Nobody does that anymore, which, to be fair, is kind of a little bit weird to receive. I'd be like, if my mom was still alive, I would be fucking weirded out if she got me lingerie. But still, the point remains. this is not passed down anymore. And so now we have all these young women, these Zoomers and millennials. So the millennials are getting to their 30s and realizing the consequences of their actions. That sit there and they're very vain, and they don't have any kids. They slept with too many fucking men, and so their pair bonding's completely broken in this case. And they believe they deserve the whole entire world because the whole entire world's catered towards them. And then they sit there and they crow and they cry and complain about everything that's wrong because they're lonely and only have a few cats to keep them company, and they weren't able to learn anything from the previous ancestors because they didn't have any kids themselves. And there was already problems with Generation X and the boomers as well that helped perpetuate them not having their kids not having kids either. So, and now we're in this weird stasis where even though men are attracted to women are just fucking cunts. They're fucking insufferable. Like, I mean, obviously, you know, you should still marry and reproduce, but there's so many risks into actually getting into a relationship. Obviously, like, false rape accusations were like the whole Me Too thing's really popular, but even get married, there's like no fault divorce. She takes half her fucking shit. She trans your kids. You know, all this other wonderful fun stuff that men have to deal with these days that they didn't have to deal with 50 fucking years ago. Actually, it is getting close to 50 fucking years ago because Reagan did change a lot of stuff in the 80s, and that was about 40 years ago. So, okay, I'm gonna have to expand my timeline here. Still, the point remains. In this case. And now we get this weird fucking gulf between men and women. Like South Korea, the political gap between men and women in South Korea is like insane. It's already bad enough in the United States with how left-wing women are and how insufferable they are too. But in South Korea, it's like a night and day difference there. And it's just it's sad because it shouldn't be this way. And the only way to fix it, the only way to put the genie back in the bottle, it's not going to be easy because every Western economy is built on the fact that women are working, and women having jobs is a huge reason why we're having these problems today. Is because they're supposed to, you know, supposed to live with their parents, and then they turn 18 and then get married off. Until ideally an older man has got his shit together and has as many kids as possible during her fertile years here, you know, 20 to, let's say, like 27, somewhere in that range. And then she raises those kids, he provides for her and the kids, and she takes care of them, and then they have kids, and the generations go on. And that's not happening in modern day. So yeah, it's not great. It's not great, but it's what it is. And our biology has not adapted to the modern world, because this whole framework that we currently have is a brand new in the scheme of history. Only in the past, well, I said almost 50 years, so I gotta expand my timeline again because time's a concept to me. So let's see, 60s, 40, 60, so 60 years ago, within a generation, right? My dad's lifetime. Okay, one lifetime we can completely obliterated how gender and social norms work, and have ruined the nuclear family, and have horrible birth rates, and whites are being replaced in real time, and it's only getting worse with each passing day. Yeah, it's not gonna be easy to put the genie back in the bottle at all. So So in South Korea, leftist is another word for a woman now. Ha ha ha. Yep, basically. There's a reason why they almost had that military revolt, and then the person, the guy who led it, the president, whatever he was, I remember all the details. It was like almost a couple years ago now. Pussied out. Yeah, they didn't really work out here. It's all boomers' fault. So here's the thing. Right? It's not actually boomers' fault. A lot of people want to pin the boomers on it, but it's actually the generation before the boomers, the silent generation, that caused this. Because remember, baby boomers are born between the late 40s and the 50s. and into the 50s. So they were children when civil rights happened in the 60s, right? I think like the oldest baby boomer would have been like 14, 15, 16 years old when, you know, civil rights was happening roughly in that time period, maybe 18 in that case. So that's the greatest generation. Whichever one's before the boomers. I can't remember off the top of my head which one's actually before the boomer here. And so they would have been basically kids and teenagers during the civil rights in the 60s. When, you know, women got the right to vote, desegregation, Lyndon B. Johnson doing all his great society bullshit, all that fun stuff. And that's what paved the road towards what we have nowadays. And also, if we want to go back even further, Lyndon B. Johnson was heavily inspired by why am I blanking on his name? I was doing so well, and then I fucking blanked on his name. FDR. There we go. He was heavily inspired by FDR, who was in the 40s for it. And once again, Lyndon B. Johnson was a, like, what, 40 or 50 years old in the 60s at that point in time. Like, okay, so it's very much the previous generation before the boomers. The boomers just inherited it, and they were the first generation being completely one-shotted and propagandized by post-World War II propaganda. That, you know, Hitler bad, Nazis bad, women deserve the rights, you know, everyone's equal, all this other, like, complete, like, all this stuff. Whereas, you know, Hitler bad, Nazis bad, yes. But that they were the first ones to deal with the whole mythos of the modern generation, the modernity, that that any politician, any president that dare wields any sort of power to benefit the country and to be used against illegals is literally Hitler now. They're the first generation to have that kind of propaganda shoved down their throats because they're so scared about any politician actually using their powers for the benefit of their people in any way, shape, or form, because it's considered fascism to do so. And that is obviously carried on through other generations, and eventually the boomers voted for Reagan, and Reagan had the mass amnesty in California. He is the one who gave credit cards to women, a no fault divorce, and so boomers are definitely part of the problem. But they're also victims overall to the post-war narrative and propaganda piece that the previous generation that voted for all this stuff, who got Lyndon B. Johnson in the office, who passed all the civil rights bullshit that should be completely overturned. Universal suffrage was a mistake. Women need to go back into the fucking kitchen. Yeah, that's their fault. That's on them, not the boomers. No, not the boomers. So. But I also have a stake to protect the boomers, since my dad's a literal boomer himself. And I don't exactly appreciate when people be like, yeah, I can't wait for boomers to die. Yeah, no, I don't want my dad to die, thank you very much. I love my dad, he's a great dad. I know he's gonna happen eventually, but the further off the better. Thank you. Okay, listen. And he's, you know, he's a boomer, but he's still relatively good, all things considered, so no, the boomers are okay. The boomers are okay. Women to the kitchen, blacks to Liberia. Best to categorize boomer as a mindset rather than indication of age. I could agree with that actually. So I know I missed some supers again. My apologies. Thank you, Huntington Montgomery Co. for the $2 with those. LMAO is on office tonight. Screw him. Well, okay. I will not let you. I will not. I'll not rat you out immediately. And then thank you, Soap. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Thank you for the $5 reduce. That's such foreign currency. I don't. What the fuck? Okay, now I'm kind of curious. What is this currency? Because I just say whatever the equivalent is in American Freedom dollars. Because if I don't recognize a foreign currency. But this one is a D with a line through its top like almost like a T, like a cross, and then an underline underneath the D. Foreign currency with a D. Underneath. Well, what third world number is this? Vietnamese. Okay, well, out of all the okay, you're not the worst Asian. You're not the worst Asian. So I'll take it. Thank you. And thank you, Bat Lizer, not same height for the $5 reduce. Society is headed straight towards the wall if it doesn't change, and I do not think any of us will like it where we end up. Nope. Nope. As funny and nice as the State of the Union was, which we'll get into in a second here. I know I said that like an hour ago, but I've been yapping. It's not solving the problems that we're facing at hand. So it's gonna take a while, and it's not gonna be easy either. Not gonna be easy either here. Oh, well, that's a paragraph. Okay, you piqued my interest. The boomers I don't have a problem with are the ones that generally live normal lives. It's generally the hippies, and those types I have problems with are the ones who are still alive that went through hell and back by being sent to Vietnam. I have the most respect for, as they came back to end difference and didn't succumb to the worst fates that can both befall veterans. Okay, that makes sense. I can agree with that claim overall. So I could maybe make the argument that because hippies are usually associated with the 60s, and once again, the boomers are still relatively children in the 60s. But yeah, that's more of a technicality there. More me being pedantic in that case. But overall, I agree with that. Amal's yap levels are too powerful. I'm sorry. I'm a woman. I'm childless. I'm a hypocrite. I must yap. I must throw up this word vomit here into whatever fucking mess of shit that I have to say. And you, in chat, will just have to suffer. Deal with it. Deal with it. Let me blow my nose real quick. And then finally we'll get into the State of the Union. I swear, this time. Promise me, bro. Alright, there we go. So, yesterday was the State of the Union here. However, before it started, Homeland Security made a post talking about how today some Democrats in Congress are planning to bring illegal aliens as guests to the State of the Union. Once again, they're putting illegal aliens above the safety of American citizens. Yesterday alone, our officers arrested pedophiles, rapists, and violent criminals from our communities. President Trump and Secretary Noem have made it abundantly clear. If you come to our country illegally and break our laws, we will find you, we will arrest you, and you will never return. Arrests include, which we'll get into the rest in a second here. I didn't actually hear or see them bringing illegal aliens as guests to the State of the Union, so maybe that actually failed, or maybe I just missed it. I hope. On one hand, I kind of hope they did, because that'd be fucking hilarious watching them get detained in real time. Other hand, that's so fucking retarded. So fucking retarded that they would actually do that. The fact they were actually planning on doing this in the first place is just like, yeah, fuck you, Trump. Look at this illegal here. You're not gonna do anything about it. Okay, ICE. What we got? Brownoid number 1452 over here. Okay, on it, boss. On it. Oh, it's in our rapists. Wow. Well, what a shock here. Though, I know it's just them trying to sound tough and stuff like that, but technically a few of them have returned. Not all of them, obviously, but technically some of them have returned. But we got some examples here, like, is Drio I'm fucking sloppinish. Arsenio Alvarado, a criminal illegal alien from El Salvador, convicted for naturalization fraud in the East District of North Carolina here. Oh look, El Salvador. Maybe he can be put in prison there. Okay, they want him. Omar Gomez Hinojosa, a criminal illegal alien from Mexico, convicted for assault in Seattle, Washington. What a shock. Augustine Hernandez Alamares, a criminal illegal alien from Mexico, convicted for criminal sexual assault in Winnebago County, Illinois. Parziram Chetana, a criminal illegal alien from Guyana, convicted for rape in Netedy, New York. Oh my god. Chat, I'm not sure about you, but there's a certain pattern that's a bit strange here. I don't know. There seem how they slowly sloppish names that come from down south. We got El Salvador, Mexico, Guyana. Oh, we got one from Cuba here. George Luis Gomez Gallardo, a criminal illegal alien from Cuba, convicted for carnal knowledge of a child, 13 to 14 years old, in Harrisburg, Virginia. Okay, they say the best one for last. Oh my god, here. Okay, but okay, I know they exist, obviously, and they should get the wood chipper, but it's just like these are awful, horrible people, and they all come from the southern border. I know some come from Canada too. Obviously, Canada just lets all the Indians in, and we have an Indian invasion in Canada. I know there's a lot of Chinese that came during Biden's flooding of the gates, when he was in power as well. I know they're from different countries. I know we got some like Eastern European problems too. But it's like, there's a reason why people are racist. There's a reason why people just like the Hispanics. There's a reason why that people, you hear a sloppinish name and you're just like, are you illegal here? Because, well, it's something called statistics per capita, common denominators, pattern recognition. Different aspects like that people can be like, wow, maybe these people shouldn't be here in the first place. Maybe they should all be deported. Personally, I think if you come here illegally, you should just get a gunshot. Like that's my personal opinion. You come here illegally, you broke a federal law. It's a grave federal law too. You're stealing social security numbers, pretend that you're actually a citizen. You're coming in raping, drug abuse, sex trafficking, etc. Just get the death penalty. The death penalty, electric chair, euthanasia. We can give Canadian made. I don't really care how you want to take your poison. Regardless, you're still swallowing the pill. Good riddance. Because even though you send them back to wherever they come from, well, right now, and one of the good things Trump has done is that the border is actually the most secure it's been in ever at this point. If JD Vance doesn't win, which I think he will win, but if JD Vance doesn't win, or in 10 years, if a different Democrat becomes in power, or something changes, whatever the case is, they're just gonna come back. They're just gonna come back. They have all the means to be able to do so. The best way, other than, having the death penalty for illegals, a good incentive to stop them from coming is just cut the welfare programs. Go after the immigration lawyers and NGOs that are helping these people cross the border, because there are hundreds of them in each individual city. And then that stops the flood from happening in the first place. Between those effects, now I know it's not gonna be easy. It's not gonna be happening overnight. But that would be the best. That'd be the best way forward, than simply deporting them. But hey, at least they're gone for now, so I can't complain too much. I can't complain too much. A girl can dream. A girl can dream. It doesn't matter why they're here. They shouldn't be. Exactly. I don't care. If you're here illegally, go. You get the death penalty. I don't care what happens to you. Legal ones, they can just be deported. They don't need to get the death penalty. Unless they're quote-unquote legal. Those that did get the social security numbers, or those that did use different NGOs to be able to have fake citizenships. So therefore they're here legally. Or like green card, abusing the visa system with the H-1Bs. Those, you know what? A few extra chairs for them too. I'm okay with. First time we have net negative immigration, yes, that is a good thing. Like, we definitely need more mass deportations. Well, we need more Minnesotas. Well, obviously less Renee Goods and Alex Preddy's. But more Minnesotas where they just go in and just round people up. But these are stepping stones. He's as much as people want Trump to be Bukele, he's not. But it's still the right foot forward, which I am grateful for, but it's not actually going to be solving the problem either. But some highlights from last night, including black people aren't apes. From a man that actually does look like an ape. Like, I'm not even being racist right now. Okay, maybe I'm being a little bit racist. But he really does not look the best. As he holds a sign saying black people aren't apes. I just gotta appreciate the irony of that. Just gotta appreciate the irony of that, man. Duh. And this is Representative Al Green who's doing this. I remember last year he got kicked out of the State of the Union because he was causing an uproar. I forget exactly what he did, but he was shouting and just disrupting the whole situation. He got kicked out. Apparently he does this a lot. And this time is black people aren't apes. He didn't get kicked out this time, so I guess good for him. But it's just the irony of him and what he looks like holding a sign that says that. I just gotta appreciate that. No other comment than that. No other comment than that. You can take it as you will. Take it as you will here. Oh. This has been happening all... This has been happening. Oh, okay. What? Yeah, I know my account's locked. Yes, I got that. I know, I said women should be raped. Or not should be raped. They like being raped. I didn't even say that. I didn't even say they should. I just said they like it, okay? Did I not use Twitter at all? What? Why isn't this... Oh. You can still browse X, but you're limited to only sending direct messages to your followers. No posts, reposts, follows, or likes. Your account will be restored to the full functionality in 6 hours and 15 minutes. Okay. Start. Why aren't you working? Why are you gay? I'm hitting the start button, and it's not letting me leave my account anymore. She got hit by the koi bean again! Oh, no! Oh, give me a sec. I'm gonna see if this works on the app. Maybe I can, like... Okay, yep, it worked fine on the app. No. What? I do not understand. I can still, like, I don't understand. I should be able to at least still scroll. I'm not liking anything. I'm not posting anything. I did try to post something earlier because I was retarded. And I was hoping that, like, I could maybe schedule something, and it didn't work. And I was like, okay. And so then Twitter got more mad at me. Okay, fine. I made a mistake. That was earlier. What did I do now? I didn't like anything. I didn't try to repost anything. Well, why can't I at least scroll? Why can't I at least have tweets on my timeline being pulled up for stream? And why is it now? Like, it was working fine. Other than being locked, it was working fine all day. Why does it have to happen right in the middle of stream? I'm just finally getting to the topic at hand after yapping for too long. Yeah, and here, okay. Fun. Uh-huh. It's not... Don't get it. Try refreshing the page, maybe? I already have. I'm now on the app to see if the app works, at least. Am I being, like, considered a bot now because I've been trying to use Twitter too much? Well, my not yapping challenge level impossible. Ugh. Or is, like, Twitter down? No. Without the news, what good are you? I'm out of here. I'm subscribing or something like that. Understandable. I am a one-trick pony, and my one trick is politics. And if I cannot deliver on that, I'm a failure in life. I'm disowned by my father, and we living on the street and becoming the bigger whore than I already am. I could log out, I guess. I could try logging out and see if that works. Okay, let's try to log back in here. Hold on, wait a second. I don't like the sound of that. It's just not working. It's just not working at all. Restricted Gemite here. Okay then. Well, I guess I'll just have to worry about that later, I guess. The bright side is I do have one article about the State of the Union that I'm okay. I'm a little bit upsetty because there was a lot of good clips I wanted to show, but alas, that is not happening here. However, I still can read poorly, but I can still read. So I don't have the clip since, you know, my Twitter is dying apparently. But during the State of the Union speech, he called out Ilhan Omar for her Somalians and how they're committing fraud. He also asked everybody to stand who supports American citizens over illegals, and none of the Democrats stood up at all. The Republicans did, of course, but none of the Democrats stood up for the actual American citizens because they care more about the illegals than they actually do. And during the speech, Ilhan Omar started shouting at him, just saying that he's killing Americans over and over and over again. I wish I had the clip because it's absolutely hilarious watching a brown woman becoming angry, but alas. You have killed Americans, Ilhan Omar tries to shout down Trump's immigration attacks. U.S. Representative Ilhan Omar, Democrat from Minnesota, and Rashida Tlaib, Democrat from Michigan, shout as President Donald Trump delivers State of the Union address in House Chamber of U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. on February 24th, 2026. Brown woman yelling and screaming. Another day that ends in Y. For the first hour, President Donald Trump's State of the Union address Tuesday, Democrats in the House chamber largely stuck to their plan, sit in stony, defiant silence. But once Trump began to level attacks on immigrants, that strategy went out the window. Democratic Representatives Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, fucking names, repeatedly yelled at Trump, objecting to his characterization of Minnesota's Somali community as pirates, and accused him of enabling deaths of the U.S. citizens through his hard-line immigration crackdown in the state. The back and forth crested after Trump told Democrats in the chamber they should be ashamed for refusing to stand and applaud in response to his declaration that government's primary duty is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. So this is CNN. It's so funny they're trying to run defense for these two brownoids. I mean, it's CNN, so it's to be completely expected here. I like Trump leveled attacks on immigrants. Oh, the poor immigrants, the same immigrants that are raping and killing and stealing our jobs. Oh, these poor immigrants. Oh, the Somali community. Poor Somalians with a 68 IQ who are actively defrauding and also raping throughout the community. Oh, we must defend them. All our bananas and rice. We need to defend all of our bananas and rice. It's just... Why are they like this? I mean, I know why they're like this. They gotta protect their constituents. They have to import more browns to be their voter base, and then to displace actual real white Americans because they hate white. They hate that too. Sorry about that. They hate white people. You have killed Americans. Omar, a Somali American, she's not American, who represents a Minnesota district, shouted multiple times at Trump before gesturing to him and adding, "You should be ashamed." I mean, I think they killed themselves. I thank you for the blessing. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they killed themselves. Renee Good was 100% her fault. Like, it's a very clear-cut case, even with the first video. She rammed her car into an ICE officer and caused him internal bleeding. And so she shot him. And even before she did that, she's already impeding an ICE investigation by blocking the road and having her butch lesbian wife whistling and yelling and causing a good stir as part of a whole ICE watch order. Like, seriously, they're like domestic terrorists. If you look, okay, Antifa's already been labeled domestic terrorists, and they are working with something called ICE Watch, and ICE Watch should also be considered domestic terrorists because they have literally a massive Google document and multiple Signal chats and WhatsApp message chats as well, organizing how to stop ICE. At least specifically in Minnesota, but I know they have it in different states as well. And there's thousands of people there that are and they purposely say within the documents to use fake names and different things like that because they are working within the morally gray lines of the law. And Renee Good and her butch lesbian wife were part of that group. They were basically domestic terrorists. In fact, I would say that they are. In my personal opinion, though I'm not a lawyer or, no legalese, but in my eyes, they close enough are. As all the tactics that they were implementing, and then on top of that, raining an ICE officer, yeah, no, she deserved to die. She killed herself. As she stayed home with her kids, like a white woman should be doing, and actually, caring more about her kids than random fucking foreigners that are actively stealing our tax dollars, and she would still be alive. But she's not, because she's retarded. Suicidal empathy. Or dark empathy. I did actually watch the Aiden Pallet video the other night. It was really good. Only understood half of it because I'm retarded. But it was really good. And then Alex Preddy also killed himself too. Now, it's a little bit more blurry. A little bit more muddled lines when it comes to him. At least when the first pass around of the video. And in the case, his was kind of an accident too. If his SIG did not actually go off, which is a notorious gun for randomly misfiring, the ICE officers probably wouldn't have shot him because they mistook the gunshot as to being from him. When in reality, when he was disarmed, the SIG went off instead. But he still went to the protest. He was still part of Ice Watch and Antifa. He was still fighting with people, blowing whistles, and stopping an ICE investigation. A couple weeks beforehand, he got into a fight with ICE officers and broke some of his ribs. So he's purposely putting himself in dangerous situations because he's borderline suicidal and he cares way more about foreigners than his own self. So no, Trump is not responsible for these Americans who have died. It sucks that actual real Americans have died over foreigners and it shouldn't have happened. But it was their own stupid decision that they made themselves because they're strong and independent that led them to this case. So it's not Trump's fault. It's actually more you can make the argument that it's Ilhan Omar's fault more than anything because she's the one who's strengthening the Somali community and defending them. Constantly talks about how she's Somalian and she hates America, talks in the Somalian language all the time, and she doesn't even consider herself American. Like, it's insufferable how entitled that she thinks she is just because she was brought here through fucking charity and given a better life than living in a war-torn country. Yeah, she is still a million times more loyal to there than anything about America. And through her defending the Somali community and bringing more people in, by legislating and advocating for more Somalians, that had led to the suicidal empathy, of Alex Preddy and Renee Good to be there in the first place to defend them as well. If the Somalians weren't there in the first place because they literally have their own fucking country called Somalia, where they can eat as much bananas and rice as they want there, then they wouldn't have went to the protests, ICE wouldn't have been there, and they wouldn't have died. But women and browns and the consequences of their actions, they can't put one and one together that way. So and Preddy made a mistake of buying a SIG P320. Yes. They got notorious for misfiring. Yes, let me bring this to a protest. It's not even a protest. I know I keep on saying it's a protest. A lot of people saying it's a protest too, but they're actively impeding my ICE investigation. Like, these are domestic terrorists. It's not protesting, impeding an investigation and arrest, where they're actively letting these rapist illegals to escape. No, that's not a protest. That's actually they're committing a crime by doing that shit. Ugh. So annoying. Thank you, so Gaich, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. Last one, but I have to ask you, why did the Jews roam the desert for 40 years? Because one of them dropped a penny. How shaved down was that penny, though? Was it worth it? Or was it like basically a nub at that point? Thank you, YouTube bros, for hitting today's goal. Thank you, guys. You've been very generous tonight. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. And because you guys have hit tonight's goal, P.E.P.E hoodie is donned. We are now Shadilaying all the rest of the night, even if my Twitter is down for whatever fucking reason here. I'm a little bit scared that I lost my account permanently, but we're not gonna worry about that for now. We're gonna move on and carry on with this article. It's fine. We're gonna wear the P.E.P.E hoodie, be all nice and comfortable, and yell at brown woman. My favorite fucking hobby. It's my favorite pastime here. The outburst prompted Trump to retort by accusing Democrats of cheating in elections, asserting with evidence that they want to cheat. I know it's CNN, and so they're biased and very, very left-leaning and hate Trump. But I like how they add asserting without evidence. He's making a fucking speech? Do you want him to have a whole, PowerPoint presentation with statistics? Because, we could technically do that if he wanted. It's a State of the Union address where he's just talking about the different things that he's done within the past year and the plans for going forward. He's not, CNN's going actually, source? Do you have a source, for that? Actually, here? And then not the fact that Nick Shirley has done multiple videos now of how these foreigners want to commit welfare fraud. and voter fraud in Minnesota, and then in California, and then the 3 a.m. ballots in these white vans, the different blue states that you don't even have a you don't need proof of citizenship to vote. Minnesota has a thing where you can vouch for 8 people. If you yourself have a driver's license and proof of citizenship, you can vouch for 8 other people who don't have proof of citizenship that they do in fact actually have it, even though they can't show it themselves. Yeah, there's no evidence. No evidence that Democrats like to cheat. Nothing here. They have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat, he said, eliciting another round of jeers from Democrat lawmakers. These people are crazy, I'm telling you, they're crazy. I mean, they are crazy, but they're malicious, right? These people know exactly what they're doing. They're not stupid. Honestly, they're not even insane, really. I mean, it's nice to call them insane and crazy just to dismiss them, because the reality is actually much worse than what we want to believe here. These people are actively malicious. They hate white people. They want people to die. Ilhan Mars was probably cheering. Okay, probably is the key word. Okay, I'm not alleging anything. When 2 white Americans, well, Alex Pretty is questionably white, at best, died for her own cause, because that's 2 less white Americans that she has to deal with, and more Browns can fill their fucking the place, because everything they do is to disenfranchise and beat down white people, specifically white straight men. And that's why they have to import infinity immigrants, because if they import more foreigners here that leech off welfare, they can raise the taxes, which then chokes the people out. And then if you have DEI policies that stop white straight men from getting jobs and college degrees, you give that to foreigners instead through the H-1B system, or to black women, or whatever the case is that you need, and completely chokes them out so that white people can't actually reproduce, get married, and have kids. And then slowly but surely, the Browns would overpopulate them because they can't think 15 seconds ahead. They don't care about how much money they make. The government just gives them a nice fat check, $3,000 every single month, and they carry on. Trump officials seize on Omar and Talibs. How the fuck do you pronounce this woman's? I don't really care that much because she's foreign and she should be deported, but still. Interruptions in the aftermath of the speech, with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy calling them incredibly distracting. I bet. Even if you don't agree with Trump, you should respect him enough to listen to him, Duffy said on scene. Pressed on the episode during the separate CNN interview, Democratic Representative Nancy Pelosi downplayed it as hardly noticeable in the room. Okay, I don't have the clip since my Twitter is down at the moment, but it's very noticeable. She's very loud. Trump has to speak a lot louder just to try to overspeak her, and no, it was very, very obvious, very distracting. I don't think there was much, shall we say, departure from what the leader has guided us to do, the former House Speaker said. Democratic leaders in the lead up to the speech had repeatedly warned their members not to react to Trump's rhetoric or make themselves the center of attention, a fearing repeat of last year when several Democrats used signs or other props to protest the president. God, I remember this. Because I covered this too, and it was hilarious. Same fucking women and Al Green and other Democrats too. All the fucking foreign Browns were just with the stupid little signs talking about how he is, basically a fascist, and that all Americans are citizens, and ICE is evil, and etc. like that. I said dozens of the Democrats opted to skip the address altogether. Yes, that's true. I had clips of that. And then my Twitter is down, so I can't show how ridiculous it is. And outside of Representative Al Green, whose one-man protest in the event's opening moments got him immediately escorted out of the chamber for a second consecutive year. Oh, so he did get escorted again. Hell yeah. Who did attend, spent the first part of Trump's speech doing little more than shaking their heads in disagreement. Ah, okay, so black people aren't apes. Gets escorted out of the room. I don't know, seems kind of based to me. Kind of based to me here. But as the president leaned into his more divisive policies, including his immigration crackdown that led to the fatal shootings of U.S. citizens in Minnesota, the protest stations on the Democratic side of the aisle began to grow more audible. Trump credited his immigration policies with sealing the southern border and rapidly deporting undocumented immigrants on multiple occasions, without mentioning the killings by federal immigration agents of protesters Renee Gunn asked Pretty last month because they're suicidal. President raised Omar's ire, in particular when he singled out Minnesota as a stunning example of the fraud that he's alleged with little evidence is running rampant in blue states, blaming the state's Somali community. Yeah, to be fair, the Somalians are too retarded to do this by themselves. It's very clearly, they're being led by somebody much higher than them. Not just Ilhan Omar, but probably Tim Walz and a whole bunch of other different Democrats and politicians and NGOs that are taking part of this because they're not smart enough to figure that out themselves. I mean, you can look at Nick Shirley's video of them. They sit there with that 68 IQ stare. No thoughts behind those eyes, just being like, oh, you want little Johnny to be enrolled in our program? No, I'm sorry. No. I was just laughed for the half the fucking video. Yeah, it's not just Somalians. The whole entire state needs to be completely wiped. So somebody needs to go there with a fine-tooth comb. One deports all the Somalians, and then deport all the traitors too, because the traitors get the bullet too. So, I wish I did have the clips of the Democrats that opt to skip the address altogether. I mean, I do. It's just hidden from me at the moment here. Let me try again. I wanna see. Okay. If I can make this work. It's ridiculous. They're wearing like frog suits again, and like a giraffe suit as well. And just talking about how much they hate Trump. It's like a furry convention. It's basically a furry convention. That's what's happening there. And they chose to go to that instead of the State of the Union. Which, I mean, I guess is better than, making a loud ruckus and drafting it like Ilhan Omar did. But at the same time, it's just like, it's the President of the United States. Even if you don't like him, it does, and you're still supposed, he's still the president. Still over half the country voted for him. It was like, what? It was pretty landslide victory. It's like 60 to 70%. That voted for him. Oh, overall, roughly. Based off what I remember from the election map there. You still should at least go there and listen to him, and then he can tweet as much about how much you hate him afterwards if he really, really wants to. Instead, you skipped it because you are insufferable bastards. Also, it's still not working. Twitter hates me. Can't you boot it from incognito? I don't know how to do that. Hold on. I have to... How do I... I can try doing incognito, I guess. I have to find the setting for it. I can do it on my phone. I just don't know how to do it on my computer because I've never bothered doing incognito tab on my... Because believe it or not, I don't watch porn on my computer. I keep this purely for Amalgamyte. And Amalgamyte's a pure innocent creature that is no wrong. Even with her 12-inch cock. Most tech-illiterate zoomer, yes. Yes. 3 dots at the top. I see 3 lines. Here. What? Elon attention was a blessing and a curse, yeah. Not gonna lie, okay, this is probably gonna sound ungrateful because I'm sure a lot of people would really like having Elon reply to them. And don't get me wrong, it was a nice, it was nice. But if I could go back in time and not have that happen, I would, because I don't like having that much attention on me. Like obviously I'm an e-thought, and so I do like some attention. But this much attention's more than I personally prefer. You know, I like a small to moderate amount of attention, not the fucking richest man in the world who owns Twitter himself. And then the hordes of leftists that follow him. Yeah, I would pass on that person. I'm holding that VPN sponsor now. I have. I have a VPN. Change the tweet URL to x cancel instead of x.com. What? Does that work? I don't know if I can though, because every time I hit the tab, it immediately kicks me out. I wonder if I can like quickly save it. Quickly gather it before I do. X cancel. Does that work? Oh, it does work. Holy base chatter, thank you. Problem is, I lost many tabs in the process of me trying to test out how to make this work. See if I can grab this. X go. Default. This is amazing. Not gonna future. I gotta do this with every single tab. Bear with me, chat. I'm retarded. Literally. While I'm doing this, thank you, Crowder Color, for the $2 videos. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did you know the reason you don't see blacks fighting the World Wars, and pretty much always was because they were incompetent cow? Oh, they were multiple times worse than their white counterparts. Necessity airmen were cowards and constantly ran. When they did fight, they lost to pilots in inferior planes. That's why blacks were always in the support roles. Okay, that's a thank you, Crowder Crawler, for that historical factoid. That apparently it's a historical factoid that I read from chat. Not saying actually is true or not. I'm sure they were perfectly great people that fought in the war and weren't cowards at all. Is it not working anymore? Hold on, wait. What's going on? Okay. Now this is not working. Nothing's working now. Why are you gay? I don't understand what's happening, chat. I legitimately don't know. Twitter is working and not working at the same time. For anybody who's new here, this is not normal. I mean, tech issues are usually actually pretty normal, but not to this extent. Not to this extent here. So is it working? I don't know. I don't know here. Patience while the mall is loading. Yes, please. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Zalox and Doppelganger, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. According to ChatGPT, if the right revolt seizes power, purchase positions, remove amendment, letting vote equals perfect society. I mean, I would say consider that a perfect society. A lot of the problems can be easily taken care of by just removing women's roles in general. So I thank you, Crowder Color, for the $1 we do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You could look up John Doyle shorts on why Black History is so fake. I've heard about that guy. I've seen a couple of his shorts on talking about that kind of stuff. Trust me, Crowler. I believe you. YouTube may or may not, though. So it's okay. Now apparently my tabs are working. I don't know what's happening, chat. I just know that God hates me. So, anyways, let's watch the meltdown of Villain Bar instead of hearing scene and just simply describe it because it's funny. It's funny watching brown woman cry.
That is a shame. You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens, in many cases drug lords, murderers, all over.
She's like actually crying. I mean, I guess it could be the lighting, but her eyes actually look like they're watering, like they're getting glassy here. She's like, she's actually fucking freaking out.
Over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed.
I like how this is the Rahanda, whatever the fuck her name, and this guy back on here have these little tags being stand with survivors, release the blank files. You guys were in power for 4 years under Biden and didn't do fucking jack shit. And the Epstein files have been slowly but surely released over time. And while there's many criticisms I have about the handling of Epstein files and Pam Bondi and the Trump administration about this type of stuff, it's very performative and they clearly really do not care. I hate, and look how many Browns are on the Democrat side. So we got the old white Karen. I think that's the tranny. We got a brown man, a brown woman again. Also possibly a brown man. Maybe actually a white dude, it's hard to tell. Like, Democrats are just so these people are all just Gen X. See, thank you.
Ashamed of yourself.
Yeah.
She's actually crying. Oh my god. Look at her fucking face. Like, her eyes are getting a little bit red. Her cheeks are getting all puffy and stuff like that. No, she actually looks like she's crying. Oh my god. Man, JD Vance is so hot. Why does he have to be married to an Indian and have so many Indian kids? Sorry, it's been a minute since I simped for JD Vance. I just gotta appreciate how attractive he is. Why must you hurt me, JD Vance? Why must you be so hot and the vice president and so smart and funny and be married to an Indian? No, I'm the one gonna cry. But it's just because I lost out. And honestly, Mike Johnson's pretty attractive too, though I don't like how he doesn't like gamers. And he's too much, talks about anti-Semitism a bit too much either. But, you know, he's like the nerd attractiveness with his glasses and stuff like that. JD Vance is like, I don't say average dude. I don't know. The different kind here. No. He's mogging Mike. Look at that height difference. I mean, hey, longs are taller than me, which is not a hard feat. I'm 5'1" on a good day, okay? It's not hard to be taller than me. That's all that matters. Like, I'm pretty sure JD Vance is like, what, 6 foot or something like that? So, what? Mike Johnson, he's leaning forward a little bit. But he's around JD Vance's cheek-ish. Somewhere there. So, like, he's probably like, what, 5'8"? That's average? He's still good. He's still good here. He's still great. Who's the chud cell on the left side? Oh, this guy? I don't know. I don't know who he is, actually. You greedy. Why do you need 6 foot? I said I don't need 6 foot. I said Alon's taller than me, which is literally anything above 5'1". So, that's all I ask. Anyways, sorry, I got distracted by my simping for JD Vance. I can't help it. I can't help it here. Oh, and this other brown woman, the one a different brown woman this time. Sorry, they all look the same. Democrat Representative Janelle Bynum says it was racist and uncomfortable when Trump asked to stand for American citizens. Because she's probably not an actual citizen herself. Like, I know in the case of Eleanor Marsh, she was brought over by charities when she was a child, and then she was able to get her citizenship that way. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. You can suck my dick. But paperwork doesn't make you an American. It's not that simple. Not how it fucking works. And seeing that she's a brown, I'm assuming Indian? Some sort of like Southeast type of deal. Yeah, no, she probably isn't actually. She's probably just a paperwork American as well. By the way, JD is 6'2". Okay, that puts Mike Johnson then probably be roughly between like 5'8" and 5'10". He is perfectly fine. He is perfectly fine. Like 5'8's the average. Let the average men enjoy their average height.
What did you think about that moment when the president was asking Democrats?
Holy fuck! Apparently this is like I didn't realize how OBS this is like making your ears bleed. My apologies, chat. No.
To stand up for American citizens during that part of the speech when he was talking about immigration and immigration enforcement efforts?
I think you can agree with the what, like standing up for American citizens, but I disagree with the how. And so it's always about how do we bring our country together, but not stand on the backs of others. There's thinly veiled racist language.
Listen, I get that all the foreigners are browns because they're leeches, but technically not all of them actually are brown. And a very blanket statement of, standing up for American citizens over illegals. It just means citizens, okay? We're not going after the illegal paperwork Americans yet. If I was, president for a day, it'd be a different story. But we're just talking simply about illegals here over American citizens. There's nothing racist about that. I get that per capita statistics definitely lean one different way, but technically it's an umbrella, it's a generalization. There's nothing racist about that. It means actual citizens who live here. I don't really want to use citizens because that term has also been watered down. But if I go by what it should be, okay, the ones that are born and raised and had generations here, right? You're choosing them over the foreigner that broke a major federal law coming here illegally and are committing more. That's already a crime, but then committing more crimes on top of that too. And you're choosing the illegal over the American citizen, and you're calling it thinly veiled racism. And you're like, oh, we gotta bring people together. No, the illegals need to go. We don't need to bring them together. They need to go. The only thing they're gonna be going together is with a barrel. If I had once again rule and power.
Anti-immigrant language in what he was asking, and that was uncomfortable.
It was uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable that it was racist because she knows if if Trump was actually as bad as they say they were, she would be deported. She really should be deported. Trump did make a statement today. Talking about how Ilhan Omar needs to be deported again for like the 5th fucking time. See if I can get that pulled up. There's no problems with it. Here. No, I think that's one of the ones I lost. The whole weird Twitter not working for me because oh nope. There it is. Never lied. we'll read this, and I'm glad he's saying this. But this is like the 5th time in the past year. He's like, yeah, Eleanor needs to be deported. Okay, then you're the president. You control ICE. You control Homeland Security. You control the FBI, CIA. Deport him. Come on, please. When you watch low IQ Ilna Martin, Rashida Talib, whatever, as they screamed uncontrollably last night at the very elegant State of the Union, was an important and beautiful event. They had the bulging, bloodshot eyes of crazy people, lunatics, mentally deranged and sick, who frankly look like they should be institutionalized. Yes, into their own countries, I agree. When people can behave like that, and knowing that they're crooked and corrupt politicians, so bad for our country, we should send them back from where they came, as fast as possible. That they can only damage the United States of America, they can do nothing to help it. They should actually get on a boat with Trump deranged. They should actually get on a boat with Trump deranged Robert De Niro, another sick, demented person with, I believe, an extremely low IQ, who has absolutely no idea what he's doing or saying, some of which is a seriously criminal. When I watched him break down in tears last night, much like a child would do, I realized he might even be sicker than crazy Rosie O'Donnell, who is right now in Ireland trying to figure out how to come back to our beautiful United States. The only difference between De Niro and Rosie is that she is probably somewhat smarter than him, which isn't saying much. The good news is that America is now bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before, and it's driving them absolutely crazy. President Donald J. Trump. You know what? He doesn't make as many gems as he used to way back in the day, but his posts on True Social are still pretty decent, actually. I would say, just all over the fucking place here. And pretty fucking funny. Even though he really needs to actually stay with his word. Like I said, this is like the 5th time. Like, I'm not exactly counting. I'm kind of pulling that out of my ass. But I'm pretty sure this is like roughly the 5th time that he's talked about, yeah, Eleanor needs to be deported back to where she comes from. Okay then, do it. Do it. And as for the Robert De Niro guy, the context with that is, as mentioned in the article earlier, in the CNN article, about how some Democrats skipping the address altogether. They have their own different concept, own different thing that they did. And Robert De Niro was there. He's an actor. I don't really care what actors have to say. Like, dance, monkey dance. I don't want to get my political opinions from an actor. You're supposed to be there to pretend to be something that you're something or someone that you're not, for my own entertainment. I don't need to hear political opinions from an actor from some speech about these from these Democrats. I'm not interested in that stuff. In any way, shape, or form. But he was there making a speech at the little conference that the Democrats had when they were going and skipping the whole thing. Let me see if I can actually play these clips that I had. Please work. Yeah, State of the Swamp is what they called it here. And they had they wore frog costumes, gathered outside the White House, and called the administration fascist, which is so original here. I'm pretty sure they had frog costumes last year too. They really like frogs. It's like they can't even get the good frog either, which is P.E.P.E. Like they made P.E.P.E. into a racist hate symbol under the ADL all those years ago now, and the right has reclaimed him, and I love P.E.P.E. overall, but they still keep on trying to bring up frogs again. Like no you can't have P.E.P.E. You gave him up. Pepe's ours now. Suck my cock.
Who let the frogs out? Who let the frogs out?
Is that a fucking dildo? Sorry. I was distracted by how stupid it is with who let the frogs out. But is he just carrying a dildo? What is that? Or is that a, like... I I don't. Okay.
Who let the frogs out?
Wait, it is a dildo. It is a dildo. Why is he carrying a dildo? Why is he carrying a pink crystal dildo? What the fuck? Oh, okay. That's like sounds like copyrighted music. Hold on, wait a second. Okay. No.
What we want from this is to show the absurdity of the fascist Trump regime by bringing peace, joy, happiness.
Peace, joy, and happiness as I'm wearing frog costumes, trying to be P.E.P.E, and carrying pink crystal dildos. While she stands there in her butch lesbian costume. Yeah, I don't really think they're trying to bring peace, joy, and happiness. I think they'd be happy if Donald Trump was assassinated during the State of the Union address. They would be outside cheering in those frog costumes. I can guarantee that. Does that sound like peace, joy, and happiness to you? I think not.
And humor, contrasting that with the violence of ICE agents on the streets of the United States of America, who are masked, who are armed, who are violent, who are scary. And this is the absurd protest countering that, showing our humanity and our kindness.
Our humanity and our kindness as we're wearing frog costumes. What are they actually doing here? That shows humanity and kindness. At least they're self-aware enough that they're being absurd and cringy by doing this. But what are they actually demonstrating humanity and kindness here? Because to me it looks all performative. They're just stating that they're being humane and kind. Well, they're not giving out the charity. I know Trump swept all the homeless off the street. But like they're not giving money or food to the poor. They're not going to like a women's shelters and helping them out and donating clothes and other things there. They're just standing around their frog costumes saying who let the frogs out and blowing bubbles and waving around their pink crystal dildos. There's nothing kind about that. There's no humanity there. They're just being cringy and gay. Literally gay. It's all very performative. And once again, if Donald Trump was assassinated, or there was like some sort of terrorist attack, or and not even Trump himself, there's any Republicans there that would have been hurt, or there was a counter protest, they would have instantly turned violent. This is absolutely despicable on them. I don't believe them one bit. And yet, this is what some Democrats actually want to support. Because after a little party on the streets, they had a little announcement speech themselves. I don't know who this Robbie Rod streamer is. Apparently, he's just an activist, who has already been arrested a couple times for anti-ICE protests wearing his giraffe costumes.
I'm fresh out of an ICE prison in Minneapolis. I've been arrested 3 times by ICE over absurdity, over us being ourselves, over me singing songs like, "Hey, Mr. Tangerine Man, get rid of brown people for me. I'm Aryan white. There ain't no place I'm going to." And then all of a sudden,
He's wearing a giraffe costume, but he's wearing a pink thong over the giraffe costume. This is the same guy who was carrying around the pink crystal dildo. They're not exactly escaping the legitimate allegations at all. Like, these flamboyant homosexuals have to make everything about their sexuality and make it public wearing around, just showing how gay they are and how much they want to be fucked in the ass. Like, that's disgusting. Ignoring everything that he's saying and what he's standing for. The fact that these people feel like they have to and they're proud of just showing how degenerate they are in public around kids and other adults is disgusting. Like, if anything, he should be thrown in jail for that, for public indecency. Because who actually wants to see some 40-year-old man in a giraffe costume wearing a pink thong and waving around a pink crystal dildo? And like all the gays fucking do this shit too.
Not ready for primetime player ICE agents with 2 weeks of training come after me. I got arrested in Portland. I got arrested in Minneapolis in the last 3 weeks twice. But they can't erase a movement, all right? What I went through is 1/1000th of a lot of marginalized people and what they have to go through in those ICE detention centers.
I wish that you got a stronger slap in the face. In fact, I also wish the illegals in the detention center also get stronger punishment as well, because I feel like we're too nice to them, even under Trump, in my personal opinion here. You are actively breaking the law with obstruction of justice. You are impeding on ICE investigations. By you standing in the road, blocking them, blowing whistles, causing confusion, and helping these illegals escape, you're committing so many crimes, which is why you're arrested. Not because you're singing about a song about tangerine and a harmonica with your gay fucking giraffe costume, because you're actively impeding and obstructing law enforcement in those cases. So you actually, if the fact that you've been arrested 3 fucking times in the past few weeks means that this starts, and you keep on being let out and you keep on doing it again, and you're very proud about this fact, means you need to be put away for much longer. And you're trying to be like, wow, these poor minorities in the detention centers that are actually worse than me, saying that they came here illegally, so already broke a huge federal crime in that case. And then Trump's going after the worst of the worst.
Is it the Jews?
So, which means these are the
assuming it's always the
rapists,
Jews.
the child traffickers, the drug traffickers, etc., etc. Which means they should be thrown in the wood chipper at the bare minimum. And you're proud of that factor that you're defending these people? I don't. Nope, it's not the flux that you think it is.
And I want to tell you something right now. There's an announcement. Pumpkin Spice Satan is making his way to the State of the Union. So you know what we're going to
Now I want pumpkin spice.
do? We're going to rev up the show right now. We're giving out prizes. We're going to have bingo. We're going to storm the White House with love and compassion.
We're gonna storm the White House with love and compassion. You know, if I was the mainstream media, if I was a dirty smear merchant, I could maybe, possibly, ever so not so gently, flip the whole storm the White House part, and maybe put some clips of some of his past antics together, and be like, he's staging an insurrection. If only if I was good at editing and could use Twitter at the moment, I would do that actually. Because that's exactly what they did with Trump, but for January 6th. Oh, go there and peacefully and patriotically protest. Okay, we're storming the Capitol now. I don't know. But I'm too lazy and not that disingenuous. I have to admit, Pumpkin Spice Satan was funny. I don't know. I'm tired of the orange jokes. The orange jokes have been non-stop for 10 years now. I mean, I call him Orange Man from time to time because, he is the Orange Man, haha, funny. But they're trying to be, like, more and more clever and more creative with the different orange jokes they could possibly do. And it's just like, oh, that's the best insult you have for him? Is he's orange? You're gonna sing a song about tangerines, call him Pumpkin Spice? Okay. You got any other criticisms for him? Oh, he's a fascist. Okay, well, I should have stopped. I know what, tangerine's better. We go back to the tangerine. And there's more frogs. I don't know which Democrat this is, but this is one of the Democrats that did not actually go to the State of Union, and she went to this instead.
I'm a mother. I am a physician.
Okay, she's really quiet for being a mother.
I'm a mother. I am a physician, and I have a flag. And I am the proud representative for Oregon's 3rd Congressional District. Yes, thank you, thank you. And tonight, I defy Trump and his authoritarian project by standing in joyful, radical, peaceful resistance with the Portland Frog Brigade.
Is that frog working? Like, it's the only one that has his back turned and he's like jumping up and down. Is that frog twerking?
Brigade!
Or does he just have it on backwards on purpose? I cannot tell. Because there's a little like air gap there. I'm assuming for breathing holes or something like that. I'm sorry. I just, once again, degeneracy on full display. And like all the people in the audience too, they're all white. Well, I guess there's a black man right there, but they're all basically white. They're wearing the cringy frog hats. Can't tell who's a woman and who's a man because they all have the fucking pixie haircut. Well, okay, there was one woman here, but like they all look like the average leftist here. This is gross. And they're just like, I saw somebody in chat bring up earlier that they're trying to pretend to be innocent and whimsical, so when they actually do kill somebody, they can like dismiss it and be like, no, it's not us, or and as a way to like justify it as well. Because if ICE attacks these these poor people in these frog costumes, they're just rainbows and butterflies. They're just trying to have fun, even though they're actively breaking the law. Look at how evil ICE is, and they're therefore go after ICE some more. Or if they actually do kill somebody,
is it the Jews?
then
I'm assuming it's always the Jews.
but it can't be them. They're so funny. They're so cute. Like, this is just gross, and it's all a fucking lie, and so cringy too. And the fact that some Democrats actually went to this, and then people actually support this, it's just, I'm not surprised. They're traitors, but this is the state of the country, man. We have to deal with these idiots. This hurts my brain. I just want my P.E.P.E, okay? I just want to get cuddled up in my P.E.P.E hoodie and not think about any of this stuff anymore. Like, why? Why do we have to share a country with these people? I guess they're not the worst, even though they would cheer for my death, but still. Ugh. Are Antifa the same international organization that beat the EU's Charlie Kirk to death last week? Oh, are you talking about that French guy who got attacked? Because I'm like, what do you mean EU's Charlie Kirk? Because I wouldn't exactly, if you're talking about the French guy, I wouldn't call him the EU's Charlie Kirk. Because he wasn't at that level, and he was protecting feminists and stuff like that. But yeah, it's Antifa. They're a domestic terrorist organization. Actually, that's what Trump has labeled them as, though international would apply as well, since there's a lot of them that are connected to Canada and the EU, as you said there. And they're openly violent, and they've been committing crimes for, well, generations now, actually. A lot of people only know them for the past 10 years, but they were committing crimes in the early 1900s, too. I know I missed some supers here. I'm surprised you didn't talk about that at all. Oh, it's in my mini tabs to talk about. The problem is I yap a lot, and I have a lot of things I want to talk about. And I try to focus on American politics first, generally, since I'm American myself. And then and so therefore the French guy who got fucking killed by Antifa had to wait. Oh, they're horrible fucking people. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Sirius Growski, for the $20 videos. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. In my opinion, the reasons they make these leftist protests so utterly retarded is to further humiliate white liberals. You don't see the shitskins wearing stupid-ass animal costumes and pink thongs. It's just the sympathetic whites. The nons are allowed to be violent and aggressive, not us. Sorry. This GIF is... Okay, that's a perfect pause. But the flashing was getting to me. I have ADHD. But I mean, yeah, that's a valid point, actually. Humiliate white people. Because, I mean, on one hand, whimsy and fun and stupid shit like that's actually a good thing. As cringy as this is, being able to have fun from time to time and do stupid shit is good for the soul. But it's the fact that they're trying to use this to mask the fact of the evil things that they promote. Transitioning children and importing massive hordes of Browns to replace us. The same very Browns that rape and drug traffic and do a bunch of evil things. By making women childless and have cats instead. Like, the amount of maliciousness that goes into them. Actually within their actions. And what they promote. Can not be hidden by how much whimsy they have by wearing stupid frog costumes. I mean, P.E.P.E. And that's disgusting to me. And then they do this, and then their violent Browns go out and murder more Arenas or Rootskas. And then they celebrate that and cheer that on. There's another Brown while they have all the fun. Disgusting. Thank you, Freddy Fazbear, Browski, for the $2 reduce. Mark that last donut for FNAF. By the way, I'm gonna make you play it. Well, Browski, you're like the only one founding it, so it's gonna take about 50 years. But I appreciate the effort that you're doing. Because it's the thought that counts. Thankfully, you are a one-man army, so happening anytime soon. So good luck with that. Good luck with that, Growski. But I will mark it down here. Dollar redo. No Shredderator's helping me. That's fair. But it's mostly you, Growski. Fairies and sand people make a deadly combo. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, it is quite deadly. Because I'm sure if Renee Good was still alive, she'd be happily hopping along with the frog costume there. If she could. Maybe take her children and the butch lesbian too. If she could. Yeah. It'd be interesting. Let's see. So since I was having all these problems with Twitter, I'm trying to figure out where I'm at in my tabs. I had these in order of like how I wanted to do things. But all those Twitter problems made me go fucking insane. So speaking of you know what? Speaking of Arena Sarutska, here we go. So one of the many things that Trump asked the people at the State of the Union to do was stand also for Arena Sarutska, since she was needlessly and horribly murdered by that nun last year. And guess what? The Democrats didn't stand for it. What a shock here.
Slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget there were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America. Came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretsky, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
Imagine, you're safer in a war-torn country that's been going on for years now than in fucking America and riding a bus. Sorry, a train. Both actually kind of apply in this case. You're safer in Ukraine than in public transportation in the United States. thanks to our demographics here. Because, and it really is a demographic problem. Because one, 13% commits over 50% of the crime. And two, it's usually only the poor that are use public transportation in America because of with how big our landmass is. It's a very car centric economy because it's the fastest way to get anywhere, and so why we have so many cars. But if you're too broke, or if you're here as a, in this case, she's a real legit refugee. But if you're here from a foreign country and you're trying to get your life together and you don't really have much money because you are, in this case, a legit refugee, one of the actual few ones out there, by the way, there's like a vast majority of refugees that the leftists want to defend, like these asylum seekers. No, they're not actually asylum seekers. They're trying to find a better life, quote unquote. Better life in a shithole country. I'm sorry your country is poor. That's not a valid reason. Not a valid reason at all. A war-torn country? Okay, now you actually have a real asylum case. However, if I'm gonna be mean for a second, technically Irina should have been to like Romania, or Serbia, or Austria, one of the other European countries, because I believe that asylum seekers should be going to the closest neighboring country that that they should go in, the one that's the closest one culturally and linguistically to themselves, because that's what should happen with real asylum seekers. They shouldn't be imported throughout the whole entire world, and not America's responsibility either. And it would have saved her life too, technically, because she wouldn't have been murdered by a nun. However, out of all the refugees, she is definitely the best one by a fucking long shot. By an absolute long shot. In those cases. But she still was safer in Ukraine than she was here by public transportation. I want to repeat that point. Just want to repeat that point there, just to make sure we're all clear. That because of how bad that our demographic issues are with our fucking rounds in the United States, she is safer in Ukraine.
How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer,
and the Democrats didn't stand and clap for the poor mother who's crying because her daughter was needlessly murdered by a nun. We don't even have to make this a racial issue. I mean, it is a racial issue, don't get me wrong. But technically, excuse me, if we want to make this normie safe... What now? Oh, I lost it, chat. Oh well. I lost the clip, but at least I have another tab about this thing. Whatever. Anyway, if we want to make this normie safe, we don't even have to make it a racial issue. It can simply be, okay, it's, people are dangerous through this. Because the thing about the Irina Zaruska's murderer was that he was let out like 70 some times, if I remember correctly. Like, he had so many prior arrests for a bunch of other different things that he did as well. And so we can just focus on the fact that it's more we can repeat criminals, or criminals in general. And which is why that they're making a House bill called Irina's Law, which I'm glad that they're doing so, which is supposed to be for criminal reforms to stop this from happening. And I just don't even want to stand for that, because they'd rather protect the black guy who's been arrested a million fucking times at this point, over the actual real refugee, the actual real asylum seeker, okay, the actual real young girl who was fleeing a real war-torn country. They'd rather protect the nun that murdered her over Irina herself. And rather just watch from their seats her poor mother cry over it. It's disgusting. But they did this multiple times throughout the whole fucking night, and it just shows where the loyalties lie. Like all Democrats just need to be deported. They're all traitors. Yeah, that's extreme. Yeah, that's not actually happening. I know. A girl can dream once again. But if you stand for foreigners, if you stand for people who actively hate the country and mass murderers and illegals and everyone who's actually not American, then you were a traitor. And we used to actually have pretty fucking tough rules and regulations and laws against traitors. And yet they're literally half the voting bloc. We have gotten to the point in America where it's literally half the fucking voting bloc. One of the two major parties that stands for these people, and proudly so. But they won't stand for someone like Arena, or for actual real American citizens, or for the hockey team, or anything like that. And it's only gotten worse throughout the decades. Not the Fed post here, because Fed posting's bad. But how are we gonna fix this problem when half the country hates each other? And it's not even the right that really hates the left. I mean, at this point, a lot of people like me, and a lot of people like you, chat, do. But 10 years ago, it wasn't this bad. We were still trying to have conversations with them, still trying to debate with them, still trying to compromise and see reasonable sides. It's only one side that's gotten way more extreme as the years have gone on. And now we are where we are today. How are we going to fix this? Because as much as Trump is doing good things, don't get me wrong. And I know it takes time for lots of policies to be in place, and there's a lot of activist judges stopping him. But how is it? I don't see this problem being solved anytime soon. They've been causing this Nazi since McCarthy. Yeah, pretty much. I love them. They're brainwashed. I mean, yes. There's definitely an argument for some of them being brainwashed. There's a difference between useful idiot and true believer. And a lot of them at this point are true believers. It's not even brainwashing at this point. It's pure, that's literally who they are. And it's almost impossible to shake any common sense into them because of how down the rabbit hole they are. And at that point, they're a liability. We've spent 10 years trying to debate them, trying to talk to them, trying to compromise, trying to see reason, trying to do different things. And at this point, there's no getting through to them. They literally shot the fucking guy whose whole entire career was debating in college campuses. Okay, they literally assassinated him. The only reason why debate and talking is any good at the moment is just to push the narrative forward so normies keep on falling in line. Because as bad as the left has gotten, by the right being the quote-unquote moderate solution, and then showing how extreme the left has gotten, and the fact that we do need more extreme solutions to deal with the left, has brought more and more normies over to our side. I say our side is a generality here. Generalizing here. But talking to them specifically, no point. No fucking point. No point. They're just gonna call you Nazi, racist, pedo, transphobe, homophobic, fascist, whatever label under the sun they can think of tonight. And then that's what it is. There's no point talking to them. The only thing McCarthy did wrong was stop. Yes, base. Okay, I'm going to take a quick pee break real quick. I'll be back in a couple minutes. And then as long as Twitter is still working, I have more clips from the State of the Union and more leftist nonsense to go over here. So probably not too much. I'll probably get to more today's news a bit, because it's the same old here. But I'm gonna go pee real quick. BRB, see you in 2 minutes. Hi, yo, I'm back. I'm back. I'm a quick pisser. I whip it out. I let it run. I let it rain. I let the golden showers go. And now I'm back. I'm all good in the hood. Let's talk about fraud. No, she didn't wash her hands. Shh, don't tell the new people that. Shh. They'll figure that out eventually, okay? Oh, no. Fucking Indians outed me like this. God damn it. How dare you oust me like this? God damn. Anyway, fraud. Speaking of not washing my hands here, Trump announced that yes, he announced exactly that in the exact tone and phrasing too. You're welcome for your local news source. Amalgamation retard station in that P.E.P.E. there. Got it right there. Right there. Anyways. Sorry, I got the piss out and now the retardation's already starting again. I'll try to be serious for a millisecond. No promises. Okay. President Trump announces VP Vance will be leading the administration's war on fraud. I'm not gonna read the quote. I'll let the clip play. I'll just let the clip play.
To the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance.
I love how the camera pans. As soon as he announces that, not to J.D. Vance, who's going to be this leader for this war on fraud, no, to Ilhan Omar, who sits there like punching the fucking air, pissed off, knowing full well that, yep, nope, it's more focusing on her and her fucking Somalians. Look at how pissed she is.
We'll get it done. And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are...
Focus is back on Ilhan Omar again. Whoever the cameraman is, Peak, he knows exactly what he's doing there. Oh my god.
The norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem.
Focus is on the other brown woman there with the fuck ice pin. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful camera work. This should be like Hollywood movie right here. Goddamn. Yeah.
Problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games.
Now, as funny as the camera work actually is, I'm going to be a little bit of a pessimist here. I'm gonna be a little bit of a black pillar here, okay? As funny as the camera work is, and as much as I love J.D. Vance, because he's hot, but come on. I don't think that's gonna. I don't think anything's gonna happen. I'm sorry. I don't trust the government. Okay, I do not trust the fucking government. I don't see him. I mean, the thing is, to fully go after the fraud at hand, they're going to have to do mass deportation. And they are deporting some people, but they're not doing the rounding them all up and throwing them into the ocean that they should be doing. None of the Somalians that are should be here. There should be not a single Somalian throughout the entirety of the United States. One whatsoever. They're literally called Somalians because they have a country called Somalia. It's that simple. They don't belong here. All you do is commit crime and they've been a net drain in society. Obviously, a lot of people want to focus on Minnesota, but there's Somalians in Ohio, there's Somalians in Maine. They're all out there in the United States committing the exact same welfare fraud through these daycares and autism centers. And they're not the only group that's doing this either. It's the Haitians. It's the Cubans. It's literally all these brown foreigners that are doing this stuff. Not to mention Indians and their H-1Bs. Like, that's a massive amount of fraud they're having to go through. And lots of NGOs and immigration lawyers are helping them out too. When I was covering the Minnesota riots in January happening there, somebody made a list that had 50 different lawyers and NGOs that would help for immigration purposes to defend Somalians and help any of these the ICE rioters that were there. And it was just a list of 50 of them in Minneapolis. And it wasn't all of them either. It was just 50 of them that he found quickly. Overhand. Like that simple. Imagine how many throughout the entirety of the United States in general. This is not going to be something that can be handled overnight. even with mass deportations. But since the Trump administration is so intent by doing things by the rule of law, and not even the rule of law, since there's so many activist judges that constantly deny him, and block him along on this, and he plays nice, and he listens, and he overturns and stuff like that. Since the Trump administration is determined to play nice, and not actually go ruthless like he can, like other presidents before in the past has set precedent, to do, I don't see this actually being solved. I'm sorry. Um, but it's nice that they're talking about it. It's nice watching Ilana Moore sit there and seethe every time the camera pans on her. And it's nice hearing that Trump wants her to be deported. But when is she actually going to be deported? When are these Somalians going to be kicked out and sent over the ocean again? They're not. They're not. Though today, JD Vance did make a speech, um, about a assortment of different things. Um, but part of this whole fraud thing is that he's decided to temporarily halt certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are going to the state of Minnesota, which I'm pretty sure was announced a few weeks ago. But I guess it's nice to reiterate this.
We're announcing today that we have decided to temporarily halt certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are going to the state of Minnesota in order to ensure that the state of Minnesota takes its obligations seriously to be good stewards of the American people's tax money. Now, what is this going to mean? What this means is that, first of all, the providers on the ground in Minnesota have actually already been paid. The state has paid those providers the money. What we're doing is we are stopping the federal payments that will go to the state government until the state government takes its obligations seriously to stop the fraud that's being perpetrated against the American taxpayer.
So this is the right step in the right direction, because cutting off welfare would help disincentivize a lot of them, at least coming back in, and maybe would help some of them to leave. Since a huge part, if not, Somalia's GDP is from the welfare fraud they're committing and then wiring back to Somalia. In that case, but once again, I know I'm a black pillar. I know I'm a doomer here, a pessimist. But it's not this, like, as much as I hate Somalians, they're not the ones that orchestrate this whole thing. It was the politicians throughout Minnesota, the NGOs, and the lawyers across the United States. I don't think Tim Balls or the state of Minnesota are going to do anything. They might say they're doing something. They might fudge the numbers on the sheets to make it look better than it actually is. But I don't actually see them handling this. I think this takes a strong force from the federal government to actually go in. And I don't like the government, okay? 30 on 30. I do not like the federal government going in and wreaking havoc, because I prefer things to be kept on a more local level as possible. But when the local, in this case the state, is deeply entrenched amongst this fraud, I'm not going to trust them to handle solving the fraud either when they're getting kickbacks and benefiting from this. Like, this is the right step, but I mean, it needs to be a little bit harsher here. At least in my personal opinion. And
Mr. Vice.
Then Dr. Oz, who is part of the Trump administration, which always was kind of curious to me. Like, I don't really know much about Dr. Oz because he was always on those, like, the TV when I was a kid, but like he was so, like, appealing to the older generations that, watch the TV as per their, like, entertainment a lot more when it comes to this stuff. I thought he was always considered like a fraud himself because he's not like a real doctor. I don't know how he got joined the Trump administration. I think it's through RFK or something along those lines. So it's just like, yeah. Anyways, he has done some good things though. He's with another guy who is talking about handling the fraud within Minnesota too. I've watched a few clips of them talking about this kind of stuff. But it still always kind of makes me a bit curious. How did Dr. Oz become part of the administration? So Like, I'm not complaining as long as he's doing a good job, but it just kind of seems weird.
President, I appreciate the leadership on this. There's no question that his commitment, the Vice President's commitment to rooting out this fraud is going to make a massive difference in preserving and protecting our nation's public health programs. It's going to protect patients. I want to thank President Trump for pushing all of us to make sure we protect our most vulnerable Americans, the ones that JD mentioned, the ones he grew up with, the ones all of us know in our lives. It also protects taxpayers from attacks on our healthcare system. Secretary Kennedy has spearheaded these efforts, and thanks to his leadership, I'm proud to announce the largest fraud initiative, anti-fraud effort of its kind in CMS history. Now, why is this action necessary? Last night in the State of the Union address, the President spoke about the affordability issues that we have improved dramatically in this administration. But let's put some numbers on health care. The average family puts about $27,000 in the health care a year. They only pay $7,000 themselves, which is a lot, but there's an extra $20,000 invested for them. This is not a reasonable amount of money to spend. We have got to bend that curve downwards. It's unpredictable as well when you have to make these expenses, and the fraud that we're experiencing in America is making this already dangerous problem much worse. So we're going to fix these issues. The President last night spoke about the need for price transparency. That's going to help by making people more aware of what they're paying.
I mean, this all sounds good. I'm not gonna complain about this. I'm not gonna complain about this. Okay, I'll stop my doom posting for a millisecond here. I'll stop it for a second. However, two things. One, foreigners, deport them, because these illegals, and even the legal ones too, they cause so many accidents. They can't speak English or understand it. They're on Medicaid and Medicare, and they go into the hospital for basic things like colds and fevers and a little sickness because they don't pay a thing. They show up, they can barely speak English, and they get their overpriced treatment, and it's on the taxpaying dollars because they were the ones subsidizing this. That's one of the main reasons why white Americans that actually do pay insurance have to pay so much, because we are literally subsidizing and covering the costs of these hospitals that just let these third world foreigners in to do whatever the case is. There's a reason why that it's actually cheaper in a lot of cases to pay, say you don't have insurance, than if you do have insurance, because of the premium you have to pay for insurance wise. I know when I had to do physical therapy for a bit with my sciatica, and I was on my dad's insurance. And I forget how much I had to pay at this point in time. But I had to pay, some money for every single time I went to my visit in that case. But then I was talking to the lady there at the reception desk, and she was really nice. And she told me the cost for how much it would have to be without insurance, and it was like $10. I was like, huh? Like, you're telling me I'm having to pay like roughly around $100, if I remember correctly, for what I have with my physical therapy on my dad's insurance here, which is supposed to be good insurance, and I'm never gonna actually hit the max out of it. But if I didn't have insurance, I would just be paying like $10 to $20. What? Okay then. What's the point of insurance then? Like, I get the whole thing is that it's supposed to be for emergencies. But like, if you can just walk in and say you don't have insurance and get stuff for $10 for free, just like what a lot of these foreigners are doing, then what's the fucking point? Why is my dad subsidizing and paying for this shit? Why are my tax dollars subsidizing and paying for this shit? Like, this is bullshit. And that's what makes everything go fucking skyrocket. They're trying to recoup the costs other ways by using white Americans to be the pay piggies instead. Like, it's just ugh. Insurance is a scam. Like, yeah, like I hopped off my dad's insurance because of that. It's like, well, what's the fucking point in paying? And paying, I had to pay him like a couple $100 a month, and just for my half of it. Okay, maybe less than that. I would have to go back and see, but I had to pay him for like my portion of insurance, and then on top of also paying for the physical therapy stuff. In the end, I didn't see a dime back. Like, if anything, actually, more often than not, every once in a while we get in the mail being like, you need to pay even more now because it was just an estimate that we had to pay for you to pay out there. So now you have to pay us another $50 more or however much it was. It's like, oh fuck you. There's a second point I was going to make about why insurance costs are so much. Oh, there we go. I was just like, I forgot that I remembered. Second point as for why insurance costs so much now is because under Obamacare, um, all his reforms that he did there, where the insurance companies, well, roughly around the same lines in this case, where you have to pay more for simple things because you're once again being subsidized for people who don't have insurance, and a lot of things that were, um, like a lot of small things are now being covered in insurance other than the big major stuff instead. But not gonna lie, Obama's not my specialty since I was a kid during his tenure. So I grew up with the changes after he did, not what it was before.
It's also going to help us at CMS figure out what you should be paying and identifying fraud. To that note, the president announced last night that he's appointing our vice president to lead the war on healthcare fraud, a wise choice. Your passion for this will make a huge difference. This is not about the money by itself. This is about people's lives and our culture, our shared values that have allowed these beautiful programs, Medicare and Medicaid, to survive brilliantly for 60 years. We believe, listen carefully, we are spending $300 billion a year in healthcare in this country for fraudulent, abusive, or wasteful purposes. $300 billion.
Okay, I'm gonna let my racism flow for a second here. Shared values, get the fuck out of here with that. Get the fuck out of here. I don't. I know Medicaid and Medicare are so essential in American culture nowadays. Just like women's rights and Browns, it's gonna be impossible to actually get rid of them. But we should. I hate welfare with a burning passion. Okay? Welfare is a fucking scam. Why are my tax dollars being paid for the well being of these brownoids that want me dead? Why am I paying for some black bitches with her 6 different kids with 6 different baby daddies' food stamps and her single mother child support? Like, I'm not gonna bother with this. I hate welfare with a passion. We should completely burn it down. Completely burn it down. As long as we have the demographics that we have in America, there's no point for having welfare. Let them starve. Let them die. I don't fucking care. Like, because there's leeches. When the government was shut down back in November, October to November, in that range, the amount of Black Americans constantly complaining about their EBTs and freaking out about how they can't, pay for their food when they're like 300 fucking pounds. And then they were celebrating back when it came back online and showing their grocery carts filled with a bunch of frozen food and waffles and Pepsi and all those other fucking shit as well. No, get out of here. Now I know RFK has stopped sugary foods and junk foods to be on food stamps, and that is good. I'm happy about that. That's definitely once again a step in the right direction. But I'm still don't be. Why am I subsidizing the people that hate me and want me dead? Like, I would pay significantly less in taxes, and I would be much better off, and I could actually have investments of my own to take care of my own kids if I wasn't paying for these people. So I don't care about Medicare and Medicaid and Medicare. Like, I'd rather have the money myself so I could have my own savings, have my own emergency fund, my own rainy day fund. So if something does tragically happen to me, then I could have that money saved up to take care of that. And then and if you really are that poor, well, too bad. Like, I know that's harsh, but there's gonna be poor people no matter what we do. There's gonna be the rich, there's gonna be the poor, and thankfully, thanks to capitalism and modernity, we now have a middle class for the first time in human history. Where there's actually a middle ground between the rich and the poor, which almost never fucking happened back in the day. But there's always going to be poor. And even our poor in America are much richer than the African poor, or the Chinese poor, or the South American poor, where they have fucking smartphones and the most recent Nike shoes going to the fucking food bank to get the food that they're there. They still have, Section 8 housing. They still have a roof over their head that, once again, my tax-paying dollars are subsidizing. They're much better off. In fact, I know before, I never got around to verifying this, so take this with a grain of salt. But I know one time, a chatter gave me the nice little tidbit, nice little fact that apparently the average welfare recipient receives about $60 to $65,000 a year in welfare. The most I've ever made was like 40 to 45,000. Me, a American with a real fucking job, a real actual American who's trying to have my life, who's trying to, eventually have a family, all that fun stuff. Most I've ever made is 40 to 45,000. Meanwhile, the average welfare recipient is 60 to 65,000. Okay, that make sense. Why my tax-paying dollars? Because I'm not actually making that much. Right? My taxes are going to that. Okay, cool. I mean, and I'm being mean right now because they're at least trying to do something, right? Going after fraud in general is a good thing. It's better than what Biden would do. It's better than what Kamala Harris would do by a long shot, right? I'm not gonna be like one of those people and be like, yeah, Trump's a fraud. Vote for Kamala or Gavin Newsom. No. But the situation is much more dire than even this current administration wants to admit.
Put that in perspective. If we could reduce fraud by 5%, which is at $300 billion, we would take the trust fund that's going to take care of all of us as we get older, and we would allow it not to expire in 5 to 6 years. We would double its life expectancy. That's massively important if you're going to trust a social safety net to be there for you. You deserve that social safety net. It's there. It's created. We're not going to let fraudsters steal it from you.
I know it feels like they're stealing from me personally, but hey, once again, step in the right direction. Can't complain too much. Too much. But I'm a woman, so I must yap and complain and be victim. So you must listen to me suffer here. 'Cause, I mean, the situation is pretty fucking bad, actually. As long as Social Security and welfare is rampant, it'll never be fixed, and they know that. Yeah, and it's a demographic issue too. It's 100% a demographic issue. Like, this wouldn't be a huge problem if we didn't have so many nons amongst us. Because, well, European countries, the left always wants to bring up, like, the Nordic countries or the EU and just in general and their programs and stuff like that. And the government definitely subsidizes and takes care of them. More than I personally believe they should. But all that's going to shit now over the past couple decades because they keep on letting all these nuns in. Beforehand, it's actually shameful to be on welfare. It's there as an emergency, because you're still supposed to take care of yourself. You're supposed to get a job. You're supposed to start your own business. You're supposed to actually contribute. And only have that social safety net, as a safety net. A last resort. Emergency. But no, nuns don't think that way. They just, they're lazy. They can barely think 15 seconds ahead. And so therefore, they're just going to abuse whatever they can as access to them, and that includes tearing down our systems. We cannot have an actual welfare state with the current demographics. And I believe in America in particular can't have a welfare state just simply based off the size alone. America is too big. Our state, we have 50 fucking states. We have a bunch of, even ignoring the nons part, if it was purely white America once again, we would still have different cultures because the South is different than the North. The East is different than the West. Or at least I should say the East and the West are different than the Midwest. Right, the flyover states, right? In that case. And so it'd be, if we were to have something like that, it would need to be on a state level. Where the states would decide how they would handle, with obviously some sort of federal oversight as a general bare minimum. But the states would be able to handle how things work when it comes to all the different social safety nets that the left wants to. But we can't have that, and it's clearly showing, based off how bad the fraud actually is, with our current demographics and how big America is. Well, Norway only worked when they had oil wealth and no migrants? Yeah. It's not gonna work with America. We don't have the demographics, and it's too big, and we don't have, I mean, we kind of have the resources. We have oil in America. America can be pretty self-sufficient with very few imports if we really wanted to be, because of how big it is and the variety of the ecosystem that we currently have. We can be pretty self-sufficient based off our resources, but that's not happening either. The bigger issues when you remove shame from society, I feel like it's more of a bigger issue. I mean, it's definitely an issue, but that's something that's very European-centric, I would say. Like, for example, Indians have Izzat, which is their social currency. It's their policy, their social policy, where it's like basically clout. It's a twisted form of clout, which uses shame in a malicious way. So if, for example, if a water pipe breaks and you go to the landlord and you'd be like, "Hey, can you fix this?" The landlord will refuse responsibility and blame you, the resident there, for breaking the water pipe, because you, by saying that his property broke down from lack of maintenance or need of maintenance, you are bringing shame upon him, and so therefore he's going to deflect and blame you instead. And so then you blame him and being like, "No, this is your property. You did it." And then it becomes this whole weird norm, like war between your family and his family, because they're very tribal in that case, where they attack each other and bring them down, and whoever gives up is the loser. And which is why lots of Indians online start attacking and going over your mom's OnlyFans whore, or, you know, and talk about how, once again, like, you're also a racist and a Nazi too, or you bring shame upon your family, and, you know, do not redeem, sir, you know, that kind of stuff. Because their weird concept of shame is more pride than actual shame. And it's all about clout. And you are ruining their good standing by being like, "Hey, can you fix this water pipe?" Even though it's their responsibility as the landlord. Or as chat brings up, African tribes do not have a word for maintenance. Yeah. Like, that's not a shame thing. Like, that is a whole cultural difference of pride, ego, and clouts. You cannot get the Western value of shame to these people, because that's not how they see it. And shame is in the Western world is more along the lines that you fucked up, and so therefore you need to make it right and prove yourself to be better and take responsibility and try to avoid those actions. Shame in their eyes is by cursing them and their family and refusing to take responsibility for anything because you can do no wrong. Because by admitting that you did something means that that's the shameful part. It's completely warped. It says a social credit system that prioritizes the image and reputation of individuals above everything else, and being wrong or caught doing something wrong is shameful to the family. Yes, that's how they say they have their shame there. That's not compatible with the Western's version of shame. So we can't use it against them when it comes to fraud, because they see the H1B system as a way to boost their izzat, as a way to boost their ego and their clout, because they see poor stupid Whitey, you know, having this clearly a easily abused system, and it's on stupid Whitey for allowing these loopholes to exist in the first place, and so they're going to abuse it as much as they can for their own advantage, so they can come here, leech off our system, take our jobs, and import their families over to leech off more of our taxes here. And it's for their benefit, because it's stupid Whitey that had this leak in the system in the first place. That's not... We can't make them shame for that. Because for them, it's a source of pride. It's just simply how that works. I mean, we might be able to get the Chinese and, to possibly get along, or the Japanese, because their system of shame is actually pretty similar to ours. But I don't want the Chinese here. I don't want the Japanese here. They have China. They have Japan. They have other cultures. They have their own system of doing things as well. So they shouldn't be here. They should stay in their own fucking countries. And instead of mass importing them, not to mention the Chinese is full of spies. God knows how many sleeper cells are in that fucking mix there. It's simply not a shame issue. It is a demographic issue. Though shame is, like I said, is technically part of a problem, because as we have watered down our culture, as we have ruined it and been replaced by browns, actual concept of Western shame is being thrown out the window. We can see with a mass amount of degeneracy, like that clip of the guy in the giraffe suit earlier at that one Democrat convention wearing the fucking pink thong, and carrying the crystal dildo, which I don't know where I have it now in my endless sea of tabs. In that case, like, that's a huge problem, and that needs to come back, don't get me wrong. But that is a problem with white society in America to bring it back, not the rest of the nuns that are actively diluting that and making things worse, because them being here is ruining our shame. You can see it with the ebonification of America in general, right? Rap music is super fucking popular. What happened to rock? Because, I don't know, I love my early 2000s music a lot. What happened to just, white guys and someone's garage just making music just for the sake of making music? We don't hear on the radio anymore. It's all rap and ebonics. Even internet slang is all ebonics. This is the brownification of American culture as we keep importing more third worlders in. You can see it with more white moms becoming single mothers, and whoring themselves out. Like, that's a problem of shame that needs to be reinstated, but it's also because our morals are being thrown out the window because we don't have any anymore. And we rather just replace ourselves with more browns. It started going downhill in the early 90s when LA producers decided to push rap over metal. Yeah, I mean, I know that's true. They still exist, they don't play it. Well, that's part of the problem. Like, I know it still exists. I listen to it myself. Now, granted, a lot of what I listen to is older. It's still early 2000s. Some of my bands I listen to still make good albums to this day, which makes me very happy. But nobody talks, like, it's not popular. You go driving in the street and you see teenage girls playing whatever the new rap song is, or you hear it on the radio, even the pop channels on the radio. Like, it's not mainstream, which on one hand is good because you shouldn't have some stuff be mainstream, but at the same time it does show how our culture is declining. Anyways, I am behind the super chats. I kind of forgot about them. It's fine, I got distracted by my yapping and being racist and everything like that. My apologies, chat. Thank you to Lawson Doppelganger for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. It's up to the citizens to use this 2A to, Poland. Yes, and then thank you, Ebonics King, for the $2 reduce. Thank you. I mean, if Jill Biden can be a doctor, what is she even a doctor as, actually? I'm kind of curious. Not that curious to look it up myself. Just mildly curious. Like, what's the point of a woman actually becoming a doctor, man? Oh, thank you, Shadilay, for the 50 shekels. Hell yeah. Thank you, my dude. Thank you. Never mind. Kill yourself. I'm here too, FNAF. Never. Keep your 50 shekels, you piece of shit. And I will I will add it to the fund here. God. Okay. Are you happy, Grotsky? Are you happy, Shuderator? And then I feel like there was something else I missed. Hold on, let me check the back end, because the mods are very, very nice. And it takes screenshots and stuff like that to help me out, but I feel like I missed something. Was it kick? I feel like it was. Okay, it was not kick. Okay, apparently I'm just delusional. However, since I didn't stream yesterday, Raytheon, some people for 5 months in a row. Thank you, my dude. And Vin the Mad OG for Stubby Bubby for 6 months in a row. Thank you, my dudes. Thank you. You're getting close to me birthing you. Congratulations. I can't wait till I can birth you all. Hell yeah. Thank you. That post isn't good for getting normie support. That is true. But they are not for normies. Somebody else can appeal to the normies. Or there's a million of them that appeal to the normies. I, on the other hand, appeal to the true retards. Yes, it includes you, Chad. Welcome to the Amalgamation Retard Station. We're all retards here. You watch a VTuber with a fucking P.E.P.E. hoodie on here. Welcome to the retardation. It's infectious. It's permanent. It's brain damage. Suck my cup. Yeah. Anyways. I think this will be the last part of... No. Yes? I've already forgotten all my tabs. I'm such a mess today. Yeah, we'll make, okay, yeah, we'll do, this will be basically the last part of the State of the Union for now. And then before we switch to something else. So obviously the Winter Olympics occurred, over the past couple weeks now. And there's been lots of talk about different things because it's the bread and circus, right? It's the entertainment. And America did walk away with a few gold medals, including in hockey. And this, a very picturesque photo has appeared of one of our hockey players who wearing an American flag, smiling, fist up in the air, a few missing teeth and very bloody. A very, very proud, very actually quite inspiring. Oh no, I clicked the photo and that's what is gonna shit on me, isn't it? God damn it. Yeah, and it was quite all inspiring. There's also the ice skater, the Hapa ice skater, the different story for a different day there. But this is like true Americanism right here. The young white man with American flag, a little bit bloody, sweaty and bruised, trying to standing up for America, our beliefs, and winning. And it's actually pretty cool that we beat Canada at their own game. Yeah, so that was pretty funny. Because of this, the USA men's hockey team was actually introduced at the State of the Union, with Real American as their interest music. Now, I'm not gonna play all of this clip because there is the copyrighted music there. But Trump did actually invite them to the State of the Union, which I thought was cool. Like I feel like it's really interesting as a hockey team too. Because like my whole entire time has been filled with the Hapa chick. Because she's like a beautiful mid. And there's been like different debates about her and her being a Hapa and stuff like that. But very few people are really talking about the actual hockey team of white men. But I feel like this is actually shows that our young men are actually pretty alright. Like it's I don't really care about some beautiful mid and her being a Hapa in this case. Like I don't care about that. I mean, good for her for winning gold for the US. But to see young men stand so proudly and for the yeah, fuck up. me see if I can fix it quick. I really like this photo a lot. You know, minus the whole bloody blood that's going there. He's actually quite handsome, but it's nice because it's, I don't know, I find, at least, and a lot of women are getting into hockey too because of this, because it's women like seeing strong men beat up other strong men and win. In that case, and I like the fact that Trump actually invited them into the White House, because I do, like I said, feel like they represent what true young American men are like. So yeah, here's a little bit of a white pill in this.
You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just...
Okay, we're gonna have to turn the music off now. Hold on, I'm retarded. I wonder if I can, like, say what he's saying. That way you guys can hear, like... Let me repeat him. Who just made the entire United States proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. There we go. See, now the Democrats stand for this. Well, some of them do. Hold on. Oh, only some of the Democrats stand for this. Like, yes, they're representing America. It's fucking the Olympics, but only half of us are gonna stand for this. Oh, and the crowd's cheering USA. Hell yeah. Seems like it's only the Republicans chanting USA, of course. I don't know. This is a little cute. It's nice to see actual Trump, you know, respect them like this. And even posted with this, and no, we're not tired of winning yet. Fuck, I did it again. Not have it. Give me a second. I gotta... Twitter hates me now. All because I said that women like being raped, which is statistically true. There we go. See, look at these handsome lads here. I mean, he's... something. Other than that, handsome white men all around. And so I'm good on them. I'm proud. This makes me very, very happy. I like seeing white men being good at something. I'm very, very proud. And actually being, like, not just a boring office job, you know? I do think his joke about the women's team was unnecessary. I know that's what we were all thinking, but still. Did he actually make a joke? I didn't see that. If so, based. I mean, probably unnecessary because they still won gold in the end. And there's a reason why they're self-segregated, but... Come on. Who... you only watch the ice skating for the cool ladies because it's kind of gay if a guy does that. A little bit gay when it comes to figure skating to a certain degree, you know. But for the actual real contact sports, you're watching the men. You're watching the men. He made a joke that implied that we had to invite the women's team. Interesting. You think a black guy would get on the ice with razor blades and 20 guys looking to beat him with a stick? You know, it's funny that you brought that up. Because there was a story of a hockey team that actually had a black player. Now, hockey is a very white guy sport. It's just, it's expensive and rare and something, and it's cold. And I don't know, so something about it just really appeals to white men over the browns in that case. But there was a hockey team that actually did have a black man in it. And guess what, chat? Can you just guess, maybe, possibly, how violent he might have been? Yeah, he actually killed somebody. Of course, the one black hockey player actually killed somebody because he was so violent. Because hockey is a violent sport. There's lots of punching and fighting in it. But nobody really fucking dies from hockey, though. You just lose some teeth and maybe a concussion, like football in that case, or boxing. No, they actually fucking killed him with his fucking skate. And he's let back on the ice again because it was just an accident. Yeah, I'm racist for a reason. Usually you don't hurl your skate at a guy's neck. Yeah, usually you hurl your fucking fist, not your fucking skates. There's a bit of a difference there. There's a bit of a difference there. Thank you, Evergreat Artistry, for the raid over on Rumble. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome into the stream, Raiders. Mods, if you could shout them out in the Rumble chat, that'd be greatly appreciated. I hope you had a good stream. But right now, we're talking about the State of the Union that happened last night. As well as updates from today from JD Vance and Trump as well. From dealing with the after effects of it. So, right now in particular, talking about the hockey. So, I know Trump saw it does a harmless joke. He didn't think they were going to take offense to it. Well, women, they're going to take offense to everything. But, I mean, the joke is just like, oh, we had to fight it for, like, DEI purposes. I mean, I think it's kind of a funny joke, but I can see how it'd be unnecessary to actually do it in the first place, but, I don't really care that much. Stereotypes this for a reason. True and real. Okay. But yeah, that's a nice little white pill from the State of the Union. Oh, there's also this guy too. 2 Americans were split in the night. The guy who, you know, killed Maduro versus the fucking brown screaming crying woman. Like, this guy apparently was shot 4 times, 21 years in the military, served 5 years in war zones, no public info on personal life, captured Maduro on 1 good leg. Sorry, captured, not killed. And first CW5 ever awarded Medal of Honor. I don't know what a CW5 is, chat. I don't know military things. I just know handsome men do handsome men things. Like war. Chinook pilot, January 2026 raid, Caracas, Venezuela. Per hour of warfare, Giga Chad. Like, he is a Giga Chad. Like, look at this physiognomy of this dude. He looks like he came straight from Germany himself. God, I keep on hitting the goddamn pictures for this shit. I'm sorry. Habit. I almost put Cunny. I'm so used to writing Cunny for the Discord embeds that I almost put Cunny in the address bar here to try to get these photos. But I mean, look at this man's physiognomy. Look at that fucking jawline. Look at that hair, the head, the square, like, Jesus Christ. Wait, can I not exit out now that I click the picture? Oh well, good enough. Oh, okay. Like, hot damn. Look at him. Actually awarded for, I don't know what this is. I'm assuming this is the CW5 Medal of Honor. No, this is Medal of Honor for what he did. Like, obviously we can talk about whether or not capturing Maduro was a good thing, or if it's for Israel and that kind of stuff, right? But the fact that he captured Maduro on 1 good leg. Apparently he was at the Union on fucking crutches here. He's been 21 years in the military. Look at that. It's pretty fucking cool here. Down, girl! Change your towel already! I'm sorry, I'm ovulating! I can't help it that I like men. Would you rather I be just a butch lesbian instead and beat women? Actually, you should beat women. But it should be men beating the woman. There's a difference there. It's pretty gay to like men, to be honest. Fuck. Well, good thing is all women are bisexual. So, you know, and bisexual is basically being gay. So it works out in the end. And it's these kind of men, you know, the hockey team, this guy here, the same kind of men that these brown screeching harpies. Fuck! I did it again. Anyway, you get the point. These brown screeching harpies, are demonizing and crying about because they rather protect their fellow brownoids because they're tribal and white people aren't. And rather defend the massive amount of fraud that their brownoid constituents commit than the actual white Americans that are doing something for America's sake, or that be winning a gold medal at the Olympics, which is high honor, and they can carry it proudly for the rest of their life. Or this fucking Giga Chad here, who apparently captured a fucking president, the Venezuela president, on one good leg, and has survived in, you know, multiple war zones. The man getting the reward looks like he's seen the worst of humanity. Well, he's been in the military for 21 years. Been to multiple war zones. Seems to only have one good leg. Yeah, he's probably scarred. He might be hot. He might look like he came straight from Germany himself. But, yeah, I think fatherhood's probably out of the question. Fatherhood's probably out of the question. So, yeah, not the best. Not the best here. 11, I think overseas stripe is no joke. That's 6.5 years of combat service, essentially. I don't know what any of this stuff means. I don't know military shit, okay? I just see lots of fancy colors from that mean different stuff. But if that's correct, if chat you're correct, which I'm assuming that you are because you're smarter than me, that's 11 overseas stripes is no joke. That's 6.5 years of combat service. It sounds a lot like to me. I mean, what? Only like 2 years is usually combat service on average, I think. Roughly. So that dude lost his means to continue what he trained so hard for. I mean, he apparently had one good leg when he captured Maduro, so he's clearly still competent. If this post is correct, obviously. I'm just going based off whatever Twitter says, because I don't know anything about this dude. But if that's true, that's still impressive to be able to do so. I hope he can actually retire and be relatively okay. With very, very minor amounts of PTSD. But, that's probably not gonna happen. He needs a good wife to take care of him. And calm him and make him feel better. On his uniform, on the right front cuff, you'll see an array of golden horizontal stripes. You get one every 6 months overseas for armor peeps. On the uniform, the right front cuff. This one, you mean? Oh. Interesting, okay. Okay, then. Impressive. God, he looks like he does see some shit, man. What? Let me get some aqua. Calm down, Amalgamyte. The MOH Army Halcyon has a wife. Good for him. Good for him. He deserves a wife and many children. I hope he has many children to carry on his legacy of being an absolute badass. Give him many sons. Even though it's even though that's on the man to produce sons. But still, give him many sons. Okay, let's see here. To be on less of a white pill, JD Vance did a speech today. We already watched some of it earlier when it came to like the Medicaid and fraud going on there. But now we have JD Vance being like, we've seen evidence Iran is trying to rebuild nuclear weapons. Now, once again, I am a dumb woman. I have a vagina. I don't know shit about military, okay? my general policy on war is I don't want foreign wars. Like, I'm more of an isolationist. I definitely do not like Israel. I do not want to get tangled into whatever Israel problems are in the Middle East, because the Middle East is going to bomb each other into the end of time. I do not care. And we have heard the same line of Iran is weeks away from getting nuclear weapons since the fucking 90s. I do not fucking care. So to see the JD Vance, my husband, talk about how we've seen evidence Iran's trying to rebuild nuclear weapons, it's kind of upsetting. Like, I know, because people have been talking about Iran's been hyping up and it's going to be happening here relatively soon. I'll see it when I believe it. I'll believe when I see it, I mean. Sorry about that. I'll believe when I see it. Because I'm not gonna completely doubt it. Because from what the little I have seen, like apparently there's a bunch of flights have been happening, and like some announcements been made for like Americans to stay out of Iran and stuff like that. So like it definitely seems like things are ramping up towards it. But when it happens, it happens. For now, I'm gonna wait, stick my head in the sand, and worry about other things other than Iran. So the fact that JD Vance is talking about that makes me a bit concerned. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth, though.
But the principle is very simple. Iran
Why are you so quiet?
cannot have a nuclear weapon if they
Okay, chat. I'm too lazy to make him louder. You're just gonna have to deal with it.
It's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they try to rebuild a nuclear weapon, that causes problems for us. And in fact, we've seen evidence that they have tried to do exactly that. So the president sending those negotiators to try to address that problem, as the president has said repeatedly, he wants to address that problem diplomatically, but of course the president has other options as well. On what we need to see from government, the principle.
Which, I mean, if it is true for the 50th time that Iran's weeks away from developing nuclear weapons, then, okay, settling diplomatically is a good thing. But I don't want us to get like involved again. Like, Iraq ended up being relatively okay in the grand scheme of things. It was definitely Israel's dirty work. They set us up for that, as they always do. But it didn't really lead to anything. With the capturing of Maduro back in January, that was actually pretty fucking cool. Still Israel's dirty work, more than likely. But it does show how America can, get shit done and not fuck around and not have an Afghanistan problem. So maybe Arch is correct that, anything we do in Iran won't be a problem because we can do an in and out process like we did with Iraq and Maduro. And I mean, so if that does happen, that's what I'm gonna hope for. But I still don't like doing Israel's dirty work, man. Like, it's just, can we stop? Can we just let them handle it themselves? Like, they have the Samsung option. And if they have the Samsung option, I'm sure they have plenty of other different things they can use. My tax dollars already goes to, fund them and their war efforts in general. Why can't, if Israel's so concerned about Iran, just let them handle it instead. I don't, maybe I'm too zoomer and too ignorant about the military issues at hand, but I just don't see the threat that Iran is. Like, yes, it's a Muslim country. They like to go boom boom. Inshallah, my brothers. And yeah, I don't exactly want a Muslim country to have nuclear weapons. But what is Iran actually doing? Maybe I'm not informed enough because it's not my specialty, but like seriously, what is Iran actually doing? I mean, if we really want to be spicy, this post underneath is quite nice. Israel killed JFK to get news, not Iran. Israel stole 100 pounds of highly enriched uranium for us, Not Iran. Israel stole other nuclear secrets and components from us to build our bombs. Not Iran. Israel refuses to sign the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Iran signed it. Though, not like I really trust Iran with that either, but still. Israel won't submit to this nuclear inspections. Iran does. I'm still gonna press an X to doubt, but then again, we keep on saying they're having nuclear weapons every week for years now, so meh. Israel violated the atmospheric test ban treaty, not Iran. Israel holds the world hostage with the Samson option nuclear blackmail, not Iran. Israel controls our politicians through the Israel lobbying Epstein-style blackmail, not Iran. Israel controls our online speech through ADL, SPCL, and the infiltration of big tech, not Iran. Now, not a fan defender, once again, Muslim country, want nothing to do with them. I don't like the Middle East in general, okay? I'm not a Palestine person, Iran, Iraq, any of these people. I don't like any of the Middle East. I think Israel's a bigger problem than Iran is, based off what little I know. Just doesn't make sense to me. Just doesn't make sense to me. The nukes would put them on an even playing field with a certain small Middle Eastern country, and of course the US doesn't want that. Well, I mean, I don't really want them either, because I don't want them to have their own version of the Samsung option either. But, like, I don't want us to do Israel's dirty work in the process. Like, I feel like there's a little bit of a difference there. And then even Marco Rubio comes out today being like, everyone should know that Iran posed a very grave threat to the United States and has for a very long time. Has they? Have they? Because I don't know. Maybe I'm too zoomer and a woman and misinformed. But I really don't see them as the big scary threat. It's like leftists calling everyone Nazis. Okay, it's like the same thing that's happened with Iran. Iran's weeks away from nuclear weapons. We're gonna go to war with Iran. Oh. I don't believe you. Oh, now the video doesn't work, you fucking animal! God. I can't wait for my Twitter to work normally again. That would be greatly appreciated. This is literally my job. Stop being an NWA!
I think tomorrow Steve and Jared will be there. I think they're on their way there now, actually. And the president was very clear last night that he always prefers diplomacy. But I want you to and everyone should know that Iran poses a very grave threat to the United States and has for a very long time. They are in possession.
Let me see if I can go back and because that got jumbled up. Let me try this again.
I think tomorrow Steve and Jared will be there. I think they're on their way there now, actually. And the president was very clear last night that he always prefers diplomacy. But I want you to and everyone should know that Iran poses a very grave threat to the United States and has for a very long time. They are in possession, first and foremost, after their nuclear program was obliterated, they were told not to try to restart it, and here they are. You can see them always trying to rebuild elements of it. They're not enriching right now, but they're trying to get to the point where they ultimately can. The other thing I would point you to, however...
They've been trying for as long as I've been alive. Which, I mean, I appreciate how determined and stubborn they are, I guess. But on one hand, I can see them constantly trying behind closed doors to build it up so they can actually be a threat and protect themselves. And that's why they keep on saying that Iran's weeks away from building nuclear weapons. And then they keep on getting them destroyed. And then a few years pass and the same thing repeats. They try again. I can kind of see that angle. But like... But it's also the government. I don't trust the government. I don't like the government. And this Trump administration is repeating the same old line as all the previous ones.
Is that Iran possesses a very large number of ballistic missiles, particularly short-range ballistic missiles that threaten the United States and our bases in the region and our partners in the region. And all of our bases in the UAE, in Qatar, in Bahrain. And they also possess naval assets that threaten shipping and try to threaten the U.S. Navy. So I want everybody to understand that.
Yeah, and if that was true, then that's a problem. I could understand, okay, maybe going after them diplomatically and then maybe a little bit more rougher around the edges before we would get to a full-scale war to stop them if they're such a nuisance. But the problem is, I don't believe you. This just seems like another fucking bullshit excuse to do Israel's bidding.
And beyond just the nuclear program, they possess these conventional weapons that are solely designed to attack America and attack Americans if they so choose to do so. I think tomorrow...
Okay, why are our ships there in the first place, then? Like, I get the trade routes and different things like that, but our Navy is in those waters to protect Israel. So, therefore, that's why they're attacking them, because we're protecting Israel. Once again, doing Israel's dirty work. And we're putting ourselves in these situations on purpose to make our lives worse. I don't think that's a good thing in any way, shape, or form. And if Ben Shapiro, with his tiny little hat, is sitting there urging Trump to strike Iran, saying if he doesn't, the real consequences will fall on Israel, which will have to build up his military to defend itself, I think it's even more of a reason to not do it. Because if Ben Shapiro is for it, then I'm against it at this point in time. Ben Shapiro is the enemy. Like, we'll listen to the clip. But, like, the real consequences fall on Israel? Okay, too bad. They're the one neighboring the country. Suck my fucking cock. Why is it America's responsibility for what happens in the Middle East?
There are really several issues that are on the table with regard to what the Iranian regime must do or should do. One, no nuclear program. Not no nuclear weapons, no nuclear program. Because, of course, a civilian nuclear program can be converted into a military nuclear program pretty quickly and easily. And the Iranians simply saying we won't build a nuclear weapon is no assurance they won't build a nuclear weapon. That's called the JCPOA, and Barack Obama did it. He also talked there about the ballistic missile development of Iran, but he did not really link that ballistic missile development to concessions that Iran must make. This has been sort of an open divide inside the administration. Some members of the administration are pushing the Iranians. They need to give up their ballistic missile program as well so they can't threaten surrounding countries and allies ranging from Israel to Saudi Arabia and all the way to Europe. Should that be part of the negotiation? There are some people who are saying, no, that shouldn't be part, which, of course, I think is insane and ridiculous because they can attach not only nuclear weapons, but chemical and biological weapons to warheads.
Listen, they're Muslim. It's the Middle East. I don't like the sand in was, okay? If they get glassed, I'm happier that way. But I also think a country has a sovereign right to defend themselves at the same time. But the problem is when it's directed towards America, and it's used to attack, not defend. So, and maybe I'm once again woman, ignorant, don't know military stuff. But I don't see the problem with ballistic weapons, especially if they use against Israel. Like, once again, Middle East problems. They've been fighting wars against each other for dawn of humanity now. Like, I don't. Ben, I know you hate them because you're a Jew, but I hate you because you're a Jew, and so suck my cock.
That are capable of hitting populated centers in allied nations. And as the president says, are building long-range ICBMs theoretically capable of even hitting American territory. And then there's the question of their treatment of their own population, the murder of 32,000 people in the streets, the support for regional and global terrorism. Are all of those things going to be on the table in the negotiations, or is the United States going to seek an off-ramp by basically cutting an even weaker version of Barack Obama's JCPOA deal? I don't think it's clear from what the president is saying right there which direction he's going to go. According to CNBC, the U.S. and Iran are poised to hold further nuclear talks in Geneva on Thursday. Again, he says that his preference is negotiated endpoint here. The question really, in the end, is going to be whether the president of the United States is too concerned about the possibility.
Ballistic weapons are able to hit anywhere on Earth, including your house? Okay, that does sound pretty dangerous. I don't really want to... Okay, so... Then the question is, okay, so... Should China have ballistic weapons? Should Iraq have ballistic weapons? Should Saudi Arabia have ballistic weapons? Like, we're going into this okay, maybe I'm, once again, being way too much of a woman about this kind of deal. But if we were concerned with every single country who is not a fan of us having ballistic weapons, that'd be like the whole entire world. And listen, imperialism sounds fun to a certain degree, even though I am personally an isolationist. I don't think it's possible to regulate the entire world that hates us, even if they have ballistic weapons. Like that's impossible. I know a girl can dream, and I have lots of I have lots of fantasies for things that'll never happen. But that's not one of the fantasies I have. So I don't get it. Like if I know Iran's not friendly with us, so they are cause for concern. But it really seems like they're not friendly with us because of Israel once again. I don't know. I'm probably too ignorant about this subject to really fully give proper opinions on this kind of deal. With my base opinion being Israel bad, isolationism good. But I just can't see the justification for this, really. I really can't see justification for this.
Possibility of a multi-week air campaign against the Iranians to actually do it. And the Iranians just bluff him. That's really all this is about. No one is talking about a massive ground invasion of Tehran. No one is talking about a long-term occupation of Tehran. Nobody is talking about hundreds of thousands of American boots on the ground in theater. Nobody's talking about that.
Nobody's talking about that, but everybody's concerned about that. We don't want another Afghanistan, right? We don't want another endless war in the Middle East with another horrible pulling out session that like Biden had, for example. Nobody wants that because the most permanent policy is a temporary one made by the government. And so, I don't think Trump is. It seems like he's not the president who actually wants to put boots on the ground. So far, the military actions he has made have been pretty swift and like with a scalpel, which is very nice and a nice change of pace. Nobody wants to run that risk of a full scale war. I mean, I sure as hell don't. Not for a country who's been had nuclear weapons since the fucking 90s, supposedly.
The question here for the president is, what is the risk reward here for a multi-week air campaign to defenestrate the IRGC and the Ayatollahs and the mullahs in Iran? And then whatever happens, happens. Because I will tell you that everyone else is watching. If the United States backs off of this and cuts some sort of unbelievably weak deal, the consequences will not just be for the Middle East, where Israel will be forced to ramp up its military even more and probably go and attack Iran itself, given Iran's capacity and increasing capacity in both nuclear and ballistic missile development and its renewed attempts to support.
Okay, and what's the problem with that then? I mean, okay. Technically, I don't want Israel to have even more military strength. I don't want their Samson option to be even stronger. I don't want Israel having more power than they already have. But the Middle East is their territory. It is their region of the world. It's their problem. It's Israel that's causing all these issues with the surrounding countries across the board. It's Israel being the sole focus for why the Middle East is in like tattered right now. So it should be Israel's responsibility to defend themselves if they are actually threatened, if they're attacked first. I don't care if it turns into a two-front war with Palestine. It's not my problem. I'm not Israeli. I'm not a Jew. I don't care about this stuff. I'm American. Why should my tax-paying dollars be going to defend a foreign fucking country with their own bullshit sand and what problems?
Terrorism. But aside from the Middle East, the Russians are looking on. The president has put a lot of pressure on the Ukrainians and not enough pressure on the Russians. They're probably thinking to themselves, the United States is backing off. They probably renew their offensive in Ukraine, redouble it, triple it. China probably looks at Taiwan and says, why not blockade Taiwan? Who's going to stop us? And the reality is that the United States remains.
Okay, hold the phone. I get dumb woman. I might have the wrong judgment here. I always need to add the qualifier in because vagina. But like, Taiwan and Iran are two different things. Taiwan's where we make all our fucking chips, and with how technologically reliant we are in the modern age, we need those chips for cars, for computers, for cell phones, for just basic bitch shit just in general these days. And Taiwan makes them. Now, in my personal opinion, I think we should bring back our manufacturing, and so we can actually make chips at home. Personally, myself, I know Trump has actually started say some policies that make that happen, which is good. I know it's going to take a few years, but hey, you know what? Gotta start from somewhere, and so we won't be so reliant on Taiwan. However, like we need Taiwan to be safe because of that factor. Why do we need Iran to be safe? What? Or sorry, like, or not safe? Or why do we need Israel to be safe then? What benefit does Israel give us, other than supposedly an ally in the Middle East to keep an eye on things there? Do we actually need them? Because so far it just seems like they're abusing us. They're the one blackmailing us. They're the ones destroying our property like the U.S.'s liberty. They're the ones assassinating our people. They're the ones blackmail. I think I said blackmail already, but the point still stands. Like they're the ones abusing us and pulling the strings on us. Taiwan's a massive net benefit. Israel is a detriment. And what threat does Iran actually bring? Two different comparisons here.
Extraordinarily dependent on the microchips that are produced in Taiwan. And if you're China, and if your window of opportunity is closing, which it is demographically, the Chinese have a massive demographic problem, they have a major debt problem. If your window of opportunity is closing, you're being outcompeted, particularly in the AI industry, then why not make a move on Taiwan if you no longer fear the big red button that President Trump holds? Right? These are the consequences of foreign policy. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Obviously, Ben Shapiro's biased. He's a Jew. He's been advocating for Israel since the dawn of time. No surprise there. It's just frustrating to see such a big name advocate for this stuff. And then the Trump administration also supporting this line of thought. Like, come on. Come on. Oh, they're better than that, Trump. Like, seriously. Also, I want to point out, I'm going to be a mean girl for a millisecond. Usually I try not to be a mean girl because going after people's looks is kind of shitty. But his eyebrows. Yeah, his eyebrows. They're so big. I never really like noticed that before. But they look like caterpillars. Like almost like they're painted on. They're like I feel like I could take my thumb and like smudge them. I don't know. I mean, in a way, it fits his face. And, you know, as he's smoldering down the camera, I mean, it works for him, I guess. But then, like, he looks up or to the side, and it's just like, those caterpillars just keep on moving. And I'm just like, man. Are those painted? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to say something. It was bothering me like the whole entire video. Why does he have painted on caterpillar fucking eyebrows here? This was going to give us laser air defense weapons that they've been deploying from our Golden Dome, which would help us with not needing to make us as many expensive ballistic missiles. Oh, I think I remember hearing something about the Golden Dome with the Trump administration. That would be nice. It just, you know, took, you know, how many years before they actually, you know, gave us something worthwhile, and do we really need it, or can we make it ourselves since all of our tax dollars goes to funding their military spending anyways? And their defense. Why can't we make that here at home? Like, I don't know, that's just what I wonder. I wonder. And thank you, Candace Lupus Mechanics, for the 100 warp tokens. Thank you, my dude. Greatly appreciate it. And thank you, Delta Cross, for the 25 shekels. Thank you. Amal, here's a video from 2007 that should be quite telling. One of our own generals talking about how the plan was to take down Iran since 9/11. How long is this video? We may or may not watch it here. Oh, it's only 2 minutes long. Okay. That's not bad. So this is General Wesley Clark, 7 countries in 5 years, 2007. God, those pixels. Oh, might be helpful if I unmute.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me, and one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, we're going to war with Iraq. Why? He said, I don't know. He said, I guess they don't know what else to do. So I said, well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda? He said, no. He says, there's nothing new that way. They've just made the decision to go to war with Iraq. He said, I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments. And he said, I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail. So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time...
Honestly, that does sound like the military-industrial complex, just in general. I always go to war for the sake of war. We gotta get another excuse to get more taxes, increase the Congress's pay, increase the military funding in general so we can back pocket some of them too. But we have a military, might as well use it for something.
Time we were bombing in Afghanistan, I said, are we still going to war with Iraq? And he said, oh, it's worse than that. He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, this is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
If we did take out Somalia, maybe we wouldn't have so many Somalians in America right now.
The truth is about the Middle East is, had there been no oil there, it would be like Africa. Nobody is threatening to intervene in Africa. The problem is the opposite. We keep asking for people to intervene and stop it. And there's no question that the presence of petroleum throughout the region has sparked great power involvement. Whether that was the specific motivation for the coup or not, I can't tell you, but there's always been this attitude that somehow we could intervene and use force in the region.
I mean, if we're going to do that shit, hypothetically, right? 7 countries in 5 years, as he says now, once again, in 2007. If we were going to do something along these lines, then we need to actually do it properly. Once again, I'm more of an isolationist. Now, I do know that we need to have, since we are the big stick, since we are the world power, we do need to act like that too, or else someone else, China, is going to fill that hole instead. But I still don't really like... I want to keep that to a bare minimum. But if we are going to do that shit, we need to just go in with a scalpel. Stab. Take care of the problem, not have to worry about it. Like they're claiming, right? 7 countries in 5 years. Not meander around for 20 fucking years and then have a bad pull-out session and it turns into a fucking shit show. Right? We don't need to allow in these different refugees, quote-unquote, for the countries that we're bombing. Why should we do that? I know we're the ones bombing them, but do you really think it's a good idea to allow in people who hate us? Because we're bombing our country? Yeah, I don't think it's very smart either. If we're gonna do this, it needs to be smart. Now, obviously, this is in 2007. Doesn't seem like it's actually happened in any way, shape, or form, but Iran is still being talked about, because Iran's always being talked about. But please, stop talking about Iran. Honestly, that's the main reason why I haven't talked about anything leading up to Iran until relatively recently. Until today, really. Because of the fact that I'll believe it when I see it. We've been talking about this for so fucking long that I will believe it when I fucking see it when we actually go after Iran. However, I brought it up today because of J.D. Vance's speech. His own little, private, not private, his own little press conference after the State of the Union last night. Talking about Iran makes me think that, okay, some sort of action's probably happening here. We're the big dick. I said stick, not dick, though we are the big dick. We are the 12-inch cock. That is true. We are the dragon dildo. Hadn't won the flat in the Soviet Russia after the war. Suddenly came down with a severe case of dead when he started gaining too much momentum. Is that true? God damn it. Why must we just flail around like this? Why can't we actually be effective in anything? It makes us want to it makes us look weak and incompetent when we're actually not. Like, just. Seven countries is Greater Israel? Wait, hold on. I have that map of the Greater Israel from the Huckabee thing. Can I pull it up? Can I? What? Fuck you! I have 3 hours and 28 minutes before I can maybe, possibly, have access to my Twitter account regularly! Anyways, I would have to look at that whole Greater Israel map to see. I don't remember seeing Somalia on it. But I can't bring it up to show it. Because look at this shit. I said to start. No, this. All I said was that women like to be raped. I didn't say they should be raped. I just said they like to be raped. I'm mad. I am very inky. I'm sitting here seething, gnashing, and biting my tongue. Elon takes and gives. He truly does. Well, once again, if I could go back in time and have him not respond. I like my tweet. I made a good tweet. I'm happy with my tweet. If I could go back in time and I have him respond to me, I would. I would. That would save me so much headache right now. That would save me so much headache right now. Why, Elon? Why must you hurt me like this? All I did was pay you way too much money for your blue check mark because I'm a whore. Why must you hurt me like this? Where? The price for telling the truth. You can always use a search engine to type Greater Israel. I could. Okay, fine, chat. I'll do it. I've seen like 5 of you guys mention that. But let me cry instead, okay? Let me play the victim like a good woman, okay? Let me see here. There we go. Yeah, so Somalia's not in there. There's a little bit of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria. I know he mentioned Lebanon. I think he mentioned Syria. I know it starts with Iraq. Excuse me. I don't remember him saying Saudi Arabia. I don't remember him saying Egypt either. Not in my head. So it's not really Greater Israel either. Also, what's the line here? That's a very straight line. I get from one river to the other river. But is that like where the river pours out? Is that section right there and they just go a straight line right across it? I'm assuming. But that's my rough guess. Amalgamyte is a woman. No. I have no idea where Somalia actually is. Oh, it's south. It's on the Horn of Africa. It's south down there. I could have a see of Africa. Here. This is Somalia right over here. It's far south. It's over in this section. Got Sudan. Did he mention Sudan in his though? Eritrea, Djibouti, Ethiopia, all this fucking stuff. So, Wait, no, he's right. Remember what's happening with Somaliland? I do not remember what's happening in Somaliland. I have no memory. I am a goldfish. What's happening with Somaliland? Has Somaliland now become an Israel base? Ooh. Oh. You know, I'm gonna oust myself for a millisecond. I can see why a lot of people don't talk about Israel. Like, obviously there's the whole debanking issue, having your life ruined, no flight, zones, not zones, no flight labels, and all those other negative effects. But I can see why people don't talk about Israel, because it's exhausting. Like, it actually is exhausting, because once you notice, once you pay attention, and you learn more about different things they're doing, it just gets worse and worse. Because it's like, you see how much more control that they have. You see the different things that they're making America do. You see what they're currently working on. You see how they're putting their tendrils in everything. And it makes you feel helpless. It makes you feel weak. It makes you feel like you're a piece of fucking shit and nothing will ever get better. Like, it's like the ultimate black pill. It's like the Vanta black pill of all political discourse, I would probably say. Because it's just like, you sit there, and the only thing you can possibly do against it is talk about it. But even if you talk about it, you're putting yourself and your family at risk. And it's just tiring. It's so tiring. Like, I don't know. Like, that's I'm kind of, I guess this is where I'm ousting myself officially. I'm kind of getting tired of talking about it, frankly. Like, I still will whenever it comes up. Like, in this case with the whole Iran and nuclear weapons, and Ben Shapiro being like, oh, how dare Israel have to pay for their own military defense? That kind of stuff. Like, I also talk about it. I also criticize and stuff like that. But when everything eventually goes back to Israel, it's not a conspiracy theory, because it's just literally all roads lead to Israel, apparently. It's a bit much. It's a bit much, to say the least, of someone who's faint of heart like me. Or I just want to play video games. I just want to have like 5 kids and raise them and homeschool them. Like, and Israel took that away from me. You know, it's tired. No one's going to give you 5 kids. I know. Don't remind me. Where? How is it a black pill when you can correctly identify the problem seems like a white pill to me? Because at a certain point, it's just, I don't know. I don't want to say it gets old. Because like I said, there's always seems to be new information that comes up. But like, it gets to the point where you just kind of want to turn your brain off. Because it's the same old, and there's nothing you can do about it. Because at the end of the day, this is very important to remember, and it's a way to stop blackpilling, is the only thing that you can really do is fix yourself and your family, your friends. Go to the gym, eat healthy, learn a new skill, try to make as much money as you can, start your own family, raise your own kids, help out your parents, donate to your local church and charity there for your own community, get involved, be part of a homeschooling group, different things like that. I don't know, teach kids baseball or whatever the case is, and actually get involved locally and try to save up as much money as you can to help yourself and your family. And that's the only thing you can do at the end of the day. Like, talking about these issues at hand, and like Israel in particular, it reminds me a lot of the heat map, actually. I love lambasting and going after the left for the heat map and how they care about foreigners over their own friends and family and happily throw them over the under the bus. But at the same time, the argument can be made for people who care about geopolitics and or politics in general, because if they spend all their time doom scrolling and talking about this stuff instead of actually making themselves and their family better, then you're kind of no different. In my eyes. Which is obviously me. I'm being kind of hypocritical here to a certain extent. I am trying to improve my life. Right? I am working on different things to make my life better, you know, and heading down that direction at the same time, because I do believe you can do it at the same time. The issue relies on the fact that you spend all your time focusing on the out groups instead of also the in group, you know, at least 50-50. To a certain extent. And because if you are wasting so much energy on it, how are you taking care of yourself? How are you actually making your community better? So all that same proves to me you don't understand the map. Well, okay. To defend myself here. The map is actually about how leftists empathetically care and are willing to do more for the foreigners. Or fucking space rocks and different things like that. Like, the further of association you go out there, the more they actually care about these people and want to do good for them. Want to donate more to them, want to defend them, care more about the innocent children in Africa starving to death because they're African and they can't invent the wheel, more than their own kids, like Renee Good, for example, right? That's actually what the heat map means, where Renee Good actually sacrificed her fucking life for Somalians who are defrauding her, instead of actually staying at home and taking care of her kids. That's what the heat map actually represents. But the reason why I brought it up for this equivalent is instead of actually caring about and wanting to sacrifice yourself for fucking Somalians here, in this case, it's similar but different. The similarity arises in the sense that you're still putting in a lot of time and energy towards a foreign country, or they're net negative though, because it makes your life better and grand scheme of things technically by talking about these issues and making people more aware. It's not completely useless. But for those who just spend all day doing that instead of going to the gym or working on a trade or a skill, that's where it's negative. That's where it's a negative there. If that makes any sense here. It's its own version of it's not the same heat map, but it's a different version of it, if that makes any sense. When the world must come together as one. No, we're not doing that here. We are not doing that here. No, thank you. No, thank you. So, let me see. Let me go chat. So, if things load. Are things loading, chat? Everything's broken today. Mostly Twitter. But everything's broken today here. Let me... Was live tonight on the YouTube side of things. What? No, not that. Why are you gay? Oh, I'm gay. Okay, fair point. Have we raided the doggo in a while? I can't remember the last time I raided Temp. Okay, so what's... Okay, YouTube bros, I'm gonna have you send you over the Temp. He is not political, so don't bring up politics in chat. That is very, very gay. Don't be gay. We do not like the gays here. Don't be like that. And for Kick Bros, I'm gonna have you guys raid Oko. Once again, not political. So don't bring up politics. Just enjoy the stream of whatever they're doing tonight. Okay, don't be gay once again. Thank you everybody for your subby puppies, donuts, and vigorous spankings tonight. I will see you guys on Friday at 2:30 p.m. EST. Oh, I just remembered the vampire campaign starting on Saturday. I should have made that announcement at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, remind me on Friday to announce that. For now, I'll see you guys on Friday at 2:30 p.m. EST for the early Friday stream. The Yap session. The bigger Yap. Well, the smaller Yap session. Anyways, I'll see you guys then. Thank you again. Good night. Goodbye. Hasta la vista. Ba 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 ba.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?